Alright, so this game is half good and half bad. So that's why I kept it in the six. Every time I give it more points, there's something else to kick it back down. The most I could see you giving this game is like a 6.8 or something like that. If you give it something like a 7, it would be too generous. Like, if it turns out to be that the boss is the boss, I'll give the game a 7 because I didn't really see it coming. That's why I wanted it to be the boss, being the main bad guy. I would give it a 7. But the game is not going to give me that. It's not going to give me what I want. It's going to give me whatever the hell it wants. So that's why I'll keep it in the 6. On the intelligent level of good detective game is at the halfway point. It's not really that good. You get half of everything it does right and half of everything it does wrong. So people who think this is a smart detective game, like, you really need to check your mentality, man. Go back to playing some Fortnite or something.
I took a look around your head, and I discovered something. Something about the new Cyclops serial killings. Apart from Ota, there are 4 victims. Shoko Nadami, Renju Okiura, Iris Sagan, and So Sejima. Who was responsible for these murders? Shoko was stabbed by Renju with an ice pick. Renju was strangled to death by Iris. So cut open Iris's body, but who shot So? It was you. In other words, all of these murders were committed by different people. There wasn't just one killer. That's how it looks on the surface, anyway. But that's not the truth, is it? There's only one culprit. One person. And that person is...
Like, let me guess, Pewter. I'd be funny if it turns out to be Pewter. Like, I'll make it a 7 if it's Pewter. Because I was always suspecting Pewter, but after that little thing with Renju and Prisoner 89, I stopped suspecting Pewter because, it's too... He falls into the obvious level like Renju does. Like Hitomi does. Like so Shijima does. So it's like, come on, man. Enough with these obvious people. I don't want it to be an obvious people. I want it to be someone that's not obvious. The boss. I want it to be someone that's not so obvious. Date. I want to be someone that's not so obvious. But if I was to pick an obvious one out of all these, I would pick A-Set. The only 2 non-obvious people are Date and the boss. Everyone else is kind of either they're so obvious or they're not relevant towards it and it's stupid. That's why I had my 4 suspects. I had Pewter, I had A-Set and Ota being Billy and Stu, I had Aiba, and I had Hitomi. And then people like Prisoner 89 and the boss and Renju were, well, I never considered Renju from the beginning. But I considered boss attached and Prisoner 89. And then I crossed off Prisoner 89, then I crossed off Renju, and then I crossed off Pewter. Because it was basically showing that they were so obvious that the game wouldn't make it obvious. So the game basically crossed them off by itself. So once the game crossed them off by itself, it now made them active again by itself. And now it's crossing them off by itself again. And now it's making them feel like they're active again. It's like what I've been saying from the beginning, man. This goddamn game is like it's going all over the place. That's why I only pick a side. I pick Hitomi and I pick the boss. Because the game itself doesn't know where it's going. It's like it's so desperate to try to fool you. It's screwing up its own timeline and its own setup. It's whatever, man. If it actually turns out to be a shady organization, like what have the shady organization done? Who are the shady organization? Have we seen any representative from shady organization? No. There's an invisible wall in the background. Invisible people you've never seen in the game. You see many people from the game get killed, but the shady organization has never been present at all. In the entire game, you just know that they could be fictitious or they could be real. So if it's the actually shady organization, I'll just put down my controller and walk away. I mean, I'll finish the game, but I'll never play this game again. Because breadcrumbs were always pointing towards a shady organization from the very beginning. But I never picked shady organization from the very beginning, because it's always a shady organization that started something. The shady organization was more obvious than Renju. The shady organization was more obvious than Soul. The shady organization was more obvious than Hitomi. So I already knew it was a shady organization from the jump. I just needed a killer to attach towards the shady organization. And we haven't seen a killer attached towards the shady organization. So it turns out to be that it's just the shady organization itself and not a killer attached to it. But like, come on. If you're telling me the shady organization is mind manipulating people using the psych machine and making them do stuff from the shadows, then that's dumb. And if something like rogue, like Aiba going rogue and letting people kill, well, someone has to be making the command for her to go broken to begin with. A shady organization come in anyway. That's why I'm still sticking to Hitomi and to freaking Boss. Because the shady organization stuff is obvious. You need a specific killer or a group of killers. Like say in Scream, if Billy and Stu weren't the killers, it was a shady organization that wanted them to kill. You know how stupid that movie would have been? If it wasn't a specific killer, it was actually someone in the background. That's a shady organization that made them manipulated to do it. For why? For what reason? You think this game is going to go that deep and start revealing those things? No, it's not. It's going to end it off on some tropey bullshit. Let me just continue. It's whatever. Look, here's the bullshit here. It shows Iris killing someone, then it shows Renju killing someone, then it shows Soul killing someone, then it shows her killing someone. Why is it making me pick all these people if I'm obviously going to pick the boss? And let me guess, it's going to give me an ending related to the decision I made picking the boss. But if I pick Iris, all of a sudden it's Iris. Like, why can't the game pick its own goddamn real killer? All these branching timeline killers. Pick its real killer. I'm just going to pick the boss. Simply to be the boss. If I pick Acid, then the boss goes free. I'm going to pick who I want. And it's the boss.
Yes. You. The person in front of me right now.
You're blaming the commander of Abyss for this?
No, not Boss. The person inside Boss's head.
Can you at least try to make sense?
Alright, I'll explain. You know about the abandoned chemical plant in Kawasaki? There's a prototype sync machine there. You use that device to swap around.
I'm going to rewind
this
too.
In other words, the entire egg ends up being replaced.
I'm going to rewind this as well. I'm also going to rewind this. I'm going to replay and reload this as well. And then I'm going to pick Iris. And if the same outcome happened by picking Iris, and then it shows that there's something going on inside Iris's head to make Iris do it. And then I'm going to do the same thing for Sho. And, well, Renju is dead, so I can't do that. And, well, So is dead as well, so I can't do that. Well, Iris isn't dead. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing for Iris and for, yeah, same thing for Iris. I can't do it for So because he's alive, but I'll load the game again and I'll choose all of them. I'll choose Renju, I'll choose So. If it does the same bullshit thing as saying that something was inside each of their heads making them make the decision, then that means it's the shady organization. Like I said, from the beginning of the game, I didn't want it to be something this stupid. I didn't want it to be So. I didn't want it to be Renju. I didn't want it to be Hitomi. Because they're like the obvious. And what's more obvious than the obvious? Shady organization. I never thought of shady organization being the killer because I dismissed it in a mystery game about a serial killer. Because shady organization has nothing to do with a serial killer, because once you go into shady organization, you go into something much bigger. A bigger game. It has nothing to do with something that happened rurally. It's like Ghost in the Shell or something. The Laughing Man. It's no longer about catching this guy who's an internet killer. It's a bigger picture that's going on. It has nothing to do with a murder mystery. It has to do with something totally different than the murder of Shoko Nozomi. It's like, man, I ain't trying to do that.
Memory, they are
I'm not
traded.
trying to pay attention. I'm not trying to pay attention to any of that bullshit. I was interested in just one thing and one thing only: Shoko Nozomi's murder. Not interested to know about some shady organization doing some crazy stuff in the background in another game to come down the road, not even associated with this. Because that's exactly what it feels like it's going. This is what I didn't want to happen. I didn't want Renju to happen. I didn't want So to happen. I didn't want it to be Hitomi. And I damn sure didn't want it to be shady organization. Like some shady organization that found alien stuff, or shady organization that worship devils or some crazy stuff, or do superhero serum. It has to do with Mizuki. I didn't want this bullshit in the story, but well, this is not my game, so I guess I got to deal with it.
I don't know where it started, but at some point, you got into Shoko's brain. Then, you got into Renju's. And got rid of Shoko's body. After Renju was Iris. You strangled Renju using Iris. After that, into So. Who you used to kill Iris and Ota at the cold storage warehouse. Now, you're in Boss's body, inside her head.
I see. If you know that much, then I have nothing left to hide. Yes, I am the culprit behind the new Cyclops serial killings. I guess you can call me the new Cyclops killer.
And guess what? The game thinks it's so fucking smart. The people who made the game think they're so damn smart. The Cyclops killer can go from body to body. So even if I had picked Iris, and Iris was sitting here, the same thing would have happened. The Cyclops killer would be in the head. So it has nothing to do with people. It has things to do with being able to transform from personality to personality by staying inside the psych machine for too long. So it being my suspects that I want it to be, or even the suspects that I don't want it to be, is pointless. Because apparently this killer is not someone that's in the flesh. It's someone that's more corporeal. Yeah, he's like a ghost. He can move from body to body now. Now we're dealing with fucking ghosts. I mean, I understand if you stay in the psych machine for too long, you get trapped in someone's head. But later on, Pewter says that if sometimes, due to staying there too long, you could corrupt the person's head and then end up switching from that person's body into someone else's body and take over who they are, their personality. At least that's what Peter was going with. That was the only thing that was tripping me from the beginning. what exactly is the relevance of the psych machine with regards to all these murders? I know it had to do with you deep diving and unlocking stuff, but at no point did the game say anything about switching personalities or switching psyches if you get buried too deep inside of the game. It only said specifically that if you get trapped inside, you cannot get out, and thus you can die in there because you're now trapped inside a person's head, squashed by their memories and closed. It didn't say anything about it eroding and you taking over the person's body and personality until later into the story, and that's way past the halfway point, and that's way past certain branch timelines. So it's not like it had, like, at certain point coming towards the end, it started to reveal this. It basically was multiple endings just to reveal it. You had to complete multiple branch timelines just to reveal that stuff. You know, I mean, when you make a game and you do something like this, you have to at least release it at the halfway point or at the 75% marker. It did not do that within the first branch timeline. It did not do that within the second branch timeline. It only did that within the third branch timeline. So I guess the game is saying that each branch timeline is a section of the story. And the first branch timeline is just like, say, the first 25% of the story. And second branch timeline is like the halfway of the story. And the third branch timeline is like the 75% marker. But you as a player would not have known this, because the game does not give you any clues to say that this is how they're setting up their story. They're setting up their story to be linear per each branch timeline, but what's not linear is the story when they're branching off. That's their true confusion there. Is that they made the branch timelines all fucked up, but they made all the branches by themselves all linear. So now you're not dealing with a regular murder mystery, you're dealing with dimension warping branches. You're dealing with watching the Loki series, and you're basically dealing with time variant Loki here. Jesus Christ, man. I'm not playing like a murder mystery anymore, I'm playing time variant Loki. What the hell? First we were dealing with freaking murders, then we were dealing with Yakuza conspiracy, then we went to goddamn aliens, then we were to religious heretics that worship devils and demons, then we went into superhero serum, and we haven't solved that yet. There's no solving of why Mizuki's that super strong. Because the people who just in the game just wanted her to be super strong? That's fucking stupid. They made a lot of things in the game logical and say that's not possible, but yet they made a little girl to be super strong. This game does whatever the hell this game wants to do. That's all there is to it. That's why this game will never go beyond 6 in my opinion. Like, if you want to do your own thing, great. But if you want to say and contradict yourself and say this doesn't happen in reality, then your game cannot go beyond a certain point, because you're contradicting yourself in what you're doing. You're setting up linear timelines, but you're also setting up non-linear timelines. You gotta pick a fucking lane. And if you choose not to pick a lane and say I want to do whatever, then people who read or watch or review or estimate or do rundowns of your game are simply going to do this exact same thing. They'll choose whether you deserve to have a high enough rank for your game, or whether you deserve to have a low rank for your game. And based on this game is a halfway. Half good, half bad. Half the time I was confused because it's not following its own logic, and the other half, it was following its own logic. Both in Somnium and outside Somnium. I don't know, man. I'm thinking I'm dealing with real murderers, or dealing with dudes that's going ghost in the shell here. What the fuck? I mean, I understand you could transfer yourself from one person using the psych machine. The game says so. But I didn't know that the killer would actually be, someone that had actually... Let's say, for instance, I did believe it. Once they introduced it. They introduced the fact that you get into someone's head, they're someone totally different. I knew that from the moment the game said that's a possibility. That someone isn't who they're supposed to be. I knew that. And I knew that person will eventually pop up. And eventually they'll say, I used to be this person, but now I'm just someone else. But I had no idea that it would actually truly go down that road. I was just assuming that it'll go down that road. I didn't really think that the game was going to actually freaking do it. So technically it's not really the boss. Technically it's not really the boss. I mean, it's the boss like I wanted it to be the boss. The person I wanted, so I can't really... It's cheating. It's called cheating. Because it's not really the boss that did the killing. It's someone that did the killing using the boss. So I was right about it being the boss. But it's cheating. It's a cop-out. The game freaking copped out. Oh, I don't know how to create a game where I'm gonna create an actual killer. Because eventually someone will solve it. So I'm gonna create something that have multiple people do killing, so as no one could solve it and say no one can say that they're right, because it's not really her. What a fucking cop out, man. This is what I'm getting towards the end of the game. A cop out, a easy layup. I mean, I already knew there was something going on when Soul says he was the killer. And Renju, and he told me, and all this BS. That's why I was holding on to my 4 suspects, and I had the boss as the person I wanted. You have to dot your I's and cross your T's, man. What I didn't know is that the game is going to reveal something more than halfway into the game, like past the 75% marker. Yeah, I would say that's true. Past the 75% marker of a specific branch timeline to tell you that, oh, people can now switch memories and be someone who's with someone else can be someone else. Way past the halfway point of the game. That's not good at all, man. Kiss my ass with that bullshit. It just means that you didn't know how to make a good murderer, so you copped out and took the easy route. So let's see who this Joker is. I don't really care anymore. I know it's the boss, but apparently it's not the boss anymore, so I don't really care who it is. It could be the Doomslayer for all I care now. I don't give a damn anymore.
That was me.
You imitate her well. From the way you talked and your body language, she was like the real Iris. Earlier, too, you almost had me fooled. Your imitation of Boss was perfect.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Let me define some terms first. A person's memory and sense of self. Let's call that personality. It isn't quite the right word, but it'll suffice. Now, transferring that personality into someone else's brain, let's call that parasitism. The one transferring is the parasite. The one being transferred into is the host. Are you with me so far? Moving on. Even after the personality exchange is complete, the host's memory isn't completely lost. About 1% remains in the brain. So, a parasite could use that 1% to imitate the language and behavior of the host. That's how I knew about the warehouse and Sunfish Pocket, by the way. Thanks to Renju and Iris's remaining memories.
This makes me angry, man. I can't believe this game took a cop-out like this. I really can't. I can't believe that this game took a cop-out like this. If it's gonna be the boss, it should be the boss, goddammit. Why take it? I don't understand why people do the things they do now. Why take an easy route, man? I take the easy cop-out route. And this is a cop-out because it's easy. It's an easy layup. It cannot be disproven. You cannot say that you were right for suspecting the boss because you were wrong. because it's technically not her. It's like saying no matter what if a billion people had all their suspects and say you're right, you're wrong, you're right, you're wrong, the people who made the game will always be the one that's right because they took a cop-out route, and the person is none of them. Nobody in the game from the very goddamn beginning. And if it turns out it is someone in the game, it was just someone that was mentioned, not someone you actually physically saw or interact or learn about their past. It was a mentioned person. Look, if it turns out to be that chick that was dead that had that baby, I'll be like, what the hell kinds of bullshit is this? Like, who saw that coming? The dead chick that looked like Iris turns out to be the one that had her mind transferred. No one saw that coming because it's not relevant and it's not possible for it to be relevant. And it has nothing to do with the goddamn game. It's just like they just chose her to put her on a psych machine and transfer her memories, if it's actually her. For all I know, it could be the President of the United States or something, or the President of Japan that decide to be experiment subject here. Who knows? Who cares? At least I was right about it being the boss. But it's not really the boss, it's just a cop-out cheap imitation. It really pissed me off, man.
Before I do, there's something I want to hear from you. How did you know about the prototype sync machine? And not only that, you also seem to know what the sync machine is truly capable of. Why is that?
That's...
Regaining your memories, are you? Human memory is fractal. If you retain even a single piece of it, it's possible to recreate the whole thing. Pieces of memories are like roots that grow into every corner of the brain, gradually, slowly, taking its time. I imagine the same thing is happening in your brain right now.
A fractal is a figure with self-similarity. Allow me to explain. See this? Whichever fragment you cut, you will see a similar shape. The whole is made up of its similar parts. This is called a fractal figure. Memories in the brain are similar. That is what he is explaining. He is claiming that from a few pieces, you can rebuild the memory.
And you see, that's why it's another cop-out. That's why it's another cop-out. The whole time Prisoner 89 was saying he's going to kill again, like there was no he to begin with, because there's no physical he around. He was inside of the boss. So he's not a she. The game is playing freaking games. It's not smart enough to make you go directly to who you suspect. It wants to play freaking games. Because it's too weak and pathetic to actually make up a strong story for you to suspect it can't be the boss. So it took a cop-out route, an easy one.
Parallel worlds exist.
Saito Sajima. Congressman Sajima's son.
What?
I researched Saito thoroughly, but I cannot find any images of him on the internet. He is listed on the family register, but I cannot find any photographs.
Yeah, and here's another thing. Saito Sejima, he was also told past the 75% marker of the game of a time branch. What time branch? It wasn't time branch number 1. It wasn't goddamn time branch number 2. It wasn't the first one. It wasn't the second one, which led to this one. It's like the first one led to this end. That branched off here at this this fork in the road. That was the first branch timeline, going this way and going this way. It wasn't that first one. And this one went down here. It wasn't this one either. That branch then went this way. You only learned about it after you passed this one, going all the way to he told me here, and then it stopped. It stopped at Hitomi, so you were unable to proceed forward past Hitomi. But you didn't learn about Saito even at Hitomi, even at not at the first or the second. You learned about him during the third branch, that branch area, at least during the first proceed with investigation area, because this was classified and cut off. So basically, we could not continue. So there was 1, there was 2 branch timelines, and the game refused to let you continue to know who Saito Shijima was. So it forced you to unlock another branch timeline, which was here, branch timeline 3. So you had to go through like three branch timelines, 1, 2, 3. No, not actually. You had to go through 4. You had to go through 4 branch timelines associated with your very first one. 4 separate branch timelines apart from your very primary one, in order to just find out who Saito Shijima was. So that's well past the 75% marker of the game. Not of the first timeline, but of all of them together. Because all of them, when you go past the first timeline of each of the branch, it slowly start to reveal information with regards to someone else that it could possibly be either A-Set or either the boss or either Hitomi. Each of these were indicating that there were that it could have been a different killer other than who you thought it was. So this represented a different killer. So and this one represented, could have been the boss, or it could have been Hitomi, and this represented could have been A-Set, and then this one represented, it could have been A-Set / Ota or Renju. The first one could have been Renju. So it was all over the place trying to play footsie, but once you get past the branch timeline of each, then it started to show. Once you get towards the end, after you got stuck on the classifieds, once you got past the classifieds of the branch, each of the 4 branches, then it started to say stuff about Saito Shijima. So that's well past the 75% marker of the game to then say who this guy is. You start telling people who the killer is past the halfway point of a story. That's bad. That's very bad. Because you didn't leave any breadcrumbs from the very beginning to say that it might be someone that you have not factored in. All it was leading was breadcrumbs associated to people who are within your circle. It had no breadcrumbs associated with someone that it might not totally have been whatsoever at all. So Sejima was dropped in past once you got past a certain branch timeline. So it's not like he was during the first video. He was there later on. I don't know, man. It's like, I'm not trying to figure out the stupid. It's like, but you see what I mean. Their linear story was just, these linear stories were just cracked and separated and set off into each branch timelines. But it was still linear. But if you put them all together, they will all still be linear. But the bad guy, the real bad guy, he didn't show up until past the 75% marker of that linear timeline. That's stupid. And they didn't leave any breadcrumbs before the halfway point, or even at the halfway point. They started to leave breadcrumbs past the halfway point that say it could be Saito Shijima. Once So showed up, I think once So showed up a little bit before the halfway point, and then after you realize that Sho had first died, that's when you start to think that, oh, it could have been someone else related to Sho. So, I mean, related to Sou Tsujima. You know, you didn't think that it was anyone related to Sou Tsujima until he got killed off, or until he started to team up with other people like the Yakuza. And that didn't happen until past the halfway point. Like, if you were to put all these branch timelines together, like when Date first saw So at the Yakuza place, that was like well past the halfway point of the game. Or that was exactly at the halfway point of the game. That wasn't early in the second. Like, multiple people had died. Aset had already died, or assuming Aset, but it wasn't Aset. And then I believe Ota / Aset had died in a different timeline as well. And then later on you saw Sou Tsujima popping up. I could be wrong about that, but it doesn't really matter. You didn't have any information about Saito Tsujima until well past the halfway point of the game. So that's poor writing, man. And they're trying to cop it out and say, well, it's not really past the halfway point, you know, it's like a little bit before the halfway point on the branch timeline. So they're trying to make it seem like, you know, we kind of left breadcrumbs on the timeline, but like of what timeline? Of the actual original timeline, or of the branch timelines, or where the story branches off? Because if you leave breadcrumbs on the branching off area, then it's on the branch off area of various different sections. And by the time you leave those breadcrumbs on those branch off areas, that's already well past the halfway point. Because if you combine all these stories and follow the story and follow how things are going off, and you put them in order like a jigsaw puzzle, you would see that Saito Tsujima didn't show up until past a lot of interesting and a lot of rapid content. Like Aset and Ota died, then Aset died by herself, and then Sou Tsujima got killed, and then Sou Tsujima is alive in one branch timeline, and then you find out that Date got killed, and then you realize, like he said, you know, father, how pathetic for, you know, to be killed by a father, you know, and some craziness like that. That's when it started to get in my head. It could have been Date, and that's when the idea of Sou Tsujima could have been possibility. But you didn't hear anything about Sou Tsujima until you hit Hitomi's one, and the game refused for you to get the Hitomi's one until you unlock all these other branch timelines. You had to unlock all these bottom ones, all these ones all the way to the end here. You had to unlock all the ones all the way in here. You had to unlock all these ones here, all these ones here, 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 and here, and all the way here, and then it stopped here, and it refused to let you go past. And once you go past, then at 1, 2, 3, and 4, you learned about Sou Tsujima. And then after that happens, then you went to the remaining amount. Where is it? Then you went to the remaining amount. Then you started to continue your classified investigation here. So you had 3 remaining on Hitomi's side, and then 3 remaining on the boss side. So if you combine up the list, 1, 2, 3, and then you go over to Hitomi's side, combine up that list from here, like 1, 2, 3, and then it stops here because it doesn't proceed forward. So that's 1, 2, 3. So that's 6. That's 6 different images and 6 different sections. So let's start from the beginning. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then your first fork in the road. Well, let's say we're going this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 stop here even before it reached this curve area. And we're going this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 stop here even before you reach this curve area, before the fork in the road. So before this fork in the road, and before this fork in the road. So the main direction that the game is going, based on where you want to go, no matter where you want to go, left or right, there are multiple things happening even in the main story, of regardless of what direction you go, even before the last three, if you combine the last three of here and the last three of here, associated with Soshijima. So that's why I said he showed up at the end. Many things were filled out way before he showed up. Many things. Like, why the hell release a guy who's the killer at the 75% marker? When you're nearing closing in, you're already past the climax of the game, and now you've finally revealed who the killer is. The point of the climax is to give a certain zeal, and then you somewhat reveal the killer is thereafter, but not past the 75% marker or at the 75% marker. It has to be a little bit before the 75% marker, because you only have 25% of your story remaining before it's finished. And people will start to question, well, why the hell did they reveal him so late, so close towards the end? That's not good. Like, stupid, man. Freaking retarded. That's why I'm saying this game is not as good as it is. It's whatever. I'm not giving this game any 6. You know what? Let me look it up. Let me see what is the score for this game right now. Before I even proceed forward anymore into this bullshit, let me see the actual score for this game. I'm going to look it up online right now. I'm going to check Metacritic, what Metacritic gives for this game. I'll laugh at Metacritic if this game is in the 8. I could see Metacritic putting this game in the 7s, but if this game is in the 8, I'll laugh. I mean, I could see people putting this game in the 7s. I'll type in PlayStation 4 Metacritic. Alright, so he doesn't want to do that. Let's see. Okay. The user score is at 8.8. Yep, I'm gonna laugh at all you clownies. This is 8.8. That means majority of people who play this game don't know shit about actual investigative game. And Metacritic put this game as a 78 or 7.8. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep, that's why I don't listen to nobody, man, at all. This game,
it was me.
This game is a 7 most. A 7 most. The most I would give this game is a 7. People who put this game in 8.8 are fucking retarded. It says user scores has it at 8.8. Out of 346 people rated the game, consider this. By tallying those scores together, it came up to an 8.8. That's why I never listen to anyone. It's like a lot of people don't think when they actually... No, man, nah. This game is not a 7.8 and it's not an 8.8. This game is a 7 most. The most you could give it. For my personal points for the game, it's a 6.8. It's pissed me off way too much. It's a 6.8. This game is a 7. Overall, as an overall game, it's a 7. No higher. Metacritic is wrong. Users are wrong. I'm playing this game from beginning to end. I basically tallied up all my suspects, and it all came back down to the boss, just like I said. But then the game took a cop out, and then reveal like the true bad guy past the 75% marker. That's bad. Wrong. And the Somnium world wasn't have nothing to do with critical thinking. It's more about speed. Nah, there's a lot of clownies in this world and don't know shit about anything. giving this game as a 6.8 most. I give it 2 points simply because I might be being a little prejudiced towards the game. And being a little prejudiced is just a little. So I'm going to give it 2 more points. Just to shut people up. Because I have this as a 6.6. So I'm just going to make it a 6.8. But it'll never go into the 7 for my personal rating. As an overall game, AI Somnium Files, based on everything I've seen, is a 7 game, period. No more, no higher. Everyone else is a Clowny McClownson and have low brain tissue.
Why are you making me repeat myself?
That means the Somnium I entered on Sunday.
Now, people have the right to decide what they want. When I say people have low brain tissue, it's not about your decision to like what you want to give them more points. It's about your reasoning and assessment factor. You're prejudiced towards something that you're willing to give it more points than be fair to something and give it logical points. That's why I took my prejudice out of the loop and gave it 2 additional points. Because I realized maybe I might be prejudiced, so I'm going to give it 2 additional points. But you think these clowners will do that? No, they probably won't. They'll let their prejudice go full swing. It's like those who give Elden Ring 10 out of 10 when they literally see all the faults. You're all clownies, McClownison. Famous or the guy around the corner, you know, or a homeless dude. Like, it's the same thing. Both stupid people and dumb people could be wrong. So I'm not going to listen to anybody. I played this game from beginning to end. It's not as great as it is. It's definitely not.
It was me.
There's nothing from the beginning of the game that led towards any guy named Saito Shijima. The breadcrumbs in this game were terrible. All the breadcrumbs in this game were supposed to be misleading breadcrumbs. That's not how you do mystery. If you're just throwing things off to throw people off, then that means you can't create a good spy game or a good mystery game.
What's going on here?
Fine. I still have time.
Time?
You'll see. So, where do you want me to start? There isn't much to talk about on Monday. Before noon, I used my old man's body to call this one Boss. You might not know this, but she and my father go back about 6 years. The two shared a terrible secret. Hinting at that was enough to get the boss to come running to me immediately. I injected her with a sedative, then brought her body to the chemical plant. I synced with her, exchanged our bodies. And after blowing my father's brains out, I cut his body into pieces. I stuffed the meat into a vase I brought earlier, then drove back to my house. Sunday morning, I had a recording or some such thing scheduled. Oh, I am of course referring to Iris. I didn't want to draw suspicion, so I decided to attend as planned. I went to Lemniscate and performed my job. And when I left, I ran into you, Date. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Just the previous night, I was a parasite in the body of Renju. I didn't think Ota had seen me. So, of course, I didn't expect to see you there so soon. You were onto me, but there was nothing I could do about that. If I ran, it would only increase your suspicion. So I decided to play my role. The interrogation began around 8:20 p.m., is that right? Then you synced into my mind. But you didn't get what you were looking for, did you? As a result, you had no choice but to release me. I didn't want to go home right away. I knew there might be police waiting for me. That would make it difficult to sneak out at night. And that would put my plan in jeopardy. So I asked you to take me to Marble. I tried to find an opportunity to run, but then another unexpected event occurred. I got a Nile message from Ota. I knew I could use him. So I told him I needed his help and to meet me at Marble. He did as I instructed him to do. After that, I got into the van with Ota. But because his presence was unnecessary, I asked him to stop at a convenience store to buy me something to drink. When he was gone, I took his car and drove to my parents' house where I used to live. Yes, the Sejima residence. Of course, I knew I couldn't just walk up and ring the doorbell. Hello, Father, it's been a long time. I was also in Iris's body at the time. But I thought I could use that to my advantage. So I pushed on the intercom and sure enough, my dad invited me inside. I told him this. I want you to come with me. There's something I need to show you. He was quiet for a while, but eventually agreed and got into the van with me. We arrived at the prototype sync machine around 11:50 p.m. By the time I was in the body of Sosejima, it was a new day. Until next Saturday evening, my personality was inside Renju. My next target was Iris. I knew she would be suspicious if I asked her to come to Kawasaki, so I asked her to come to Sunfish Pocket first. I called her a little before 5 p.m., and she arrived just after 6. I greeted her, then convinced her to come with me. That's when Ota saw us. Anyway, I put her in the car, then headed to the chemical plant. On the way, I made her take a sleeping pill. I knew she might run once she saw where we were going. It was around 7 p.m. when I got there, and I wasted no time switching bodies. After getting Iris's body, I used a rolled-up apron to strangle Renju to death. Then I put his body in an empty oil drum I'd prepared earlier. I put that in the trunk of the car, then headed to Sunfish Pocket. But then, something I didn't anticipate happened. Waiting for the signal in Akiba, someone knocked on the window of the car. It was Ota. He asked me something about being able to drive. He was surprised, to say the least. I didn't have time to waste on him. But I couldn't risk him finding the oil drum in the trunk. Plus, if word got around that Renji's car was spotted driving around Akiba, that would foil my plans. So, I came up with a lie. I told him that I didn't have a license, so he had to keep it a secret. That's what that thing referred to in Ota's Nile messages, by the way. And just like that, I managed to escape a bad situation and headed to Sunfish Pocket as planned. The rest went exactly as you already figured out. Like you guessed, my personality was in Shoko, Renju's ex-wife. That made calling Renju easy. I need to talk to you about something. He came over without question. I think it was around 4 p.m. I had him meet me at the chemical plant. I made Renju go to sleep. Synced, switched personalities, and then stabbed Shoko's discarded body with an ice pick. I took Shoko to Bloom Park by car, using the old abandoned subway line. Must have been around 8 p.m. by the time I was finished. I tied up Shoko to one of the merry-go-round horses. After that, I used Renju's phone to send a Nile message to Mizuki. Then, I just waited for Mizuki to arrive. This was yesterday, early Monday morning, past midnight. In my new body, I drugged
What do you think
Iris,
about the
put her in a
twist?
van, and drove to a new location. Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse.
There was no twist. There was no twist. I got angry towards the end once I realized what was going on. There was no twist to begin with. That's why I kept the game in the 6. Remember when I had my suspects? I had Itomi, Aset, Ota, and I had Aiba, and I had who else would I have was the 4th? Oh yeah, Pewter. And then my interesting parties were Prisoner 89 and the boss. Remember when I started to talk about light shining on someone and then dimming on someone else, but those lights are aligned and shine on one and dim on the other? There was a reason I was saying that, because I know that the game, if it was a good game, that would factor in, and if it was a bad game, it wouldn't factor at all. And you were right about it being linear, but the people try to pretend like this was not linear by breaking that linear path into different branch sections, and then showing up this guy to past the halfway point at the 75% mark, probably past the 75% marker. And now the guy is someone that's inside people's head, that is not my boss, the person that I wanted. Remember, I specifically said I wanted the boss of that person, who she really is, to be the killer. The game kind of agreed with what I wanted, but it took a cop-out route. Because let's say, for instance, 1 million people were in a room, and 1 million people are trying to figure out who a killer is. Those 1 million people, every single one of them would be wrong, because the people who created the game and the killer made someone that was never present in the game whatsoever at all. No evidence, no nothing. He was just a name associated with someone, but no breadcrumbs other than him being attached to So. One breadcrumb. But they lined up all this other stuff and then added one breadcrumb. And then when you went into the flowchart, you had to go through all this, then a branching path, then this, then another branching path, then this, another branching path, and then this, another branching path, and then there are like 5 branching paths. And then during the process of you going to the furthest reaches, it stopped here, unclassified. and then it stopped here on classified, and it refused to move forward because moving forward means it's Saito Shijima. So that's 1, 2, and the third is here, and that's 1, that's 2, 3, and then the fourth is here, the incomplete one. So it's basically 3 again. So 3 compared to so many different ones you had to go through. All of this compiled together, and the last ones were the ones leading towards the end. You never want to have your killer past the 75% marker, or at the 75% marker. Typically you have your beginning, your middle, and your climax, and then slightly after your climax you have your killer reveal. But you never have your killer reveal too late, and you never not include breadcrumbs leading up to the killer by at least the halfway point, or way before the halfway point. If you put your breadcrumbs too late, or like say if you put your breadcrumbs too past the halfway point, exactly past the halfway point, then you're saying all the action leading up to the halfway point were kind of pointless, because breadcrumbs leading towards the real killer had nothing to do with anything from the beginning to the middle. I'm disappointed because I got the person that I wanted, but the people who made the game made it a cop-out, so that even when I got what I want, it say, no, you didn't get what you want. You're getting what we're giving to you. We're not making anyone who were actually in the game from the beginning to the end of the game to be the killer. It's to be someone that was never in it to begin with. Just a mention, just a word, just a whisper. Like the evil organization that Asa keep talking about. And then now, all of a sudden, now this person is here. And it's not a twist. That's a disappointment. As I went on Metacritic and I looked it up, and the user says gave it an 8.8. And then I looked at the so-called professional critics, gave it a 7.8. It never even occurred to them to actually look at everything from an assessment point of view and a breakdown point of view, or from an investigative point of view, because their job is not to do that. They're just to review the game from beginning to end. But this is an investigative mystery game. You're supposed to do that. It's supposed to be good to that level. That's how the points are escalate up. The mystery in the Somnium worlds was less entertaining than the mystery in the real world. But the game is called AI Somnium. Majority of the world that I was supposed to explore was supposed to be the Somnium world, and less time in the real world, because it's all about what's going on in the head. But most of the game that's playing out is in the real world. I could go into it for miles and miles and miles and miles and give so many reasons why. My main people that I always knew were going to be the killers were Billy Loomis and Stu Mocker, and I put that as Asa and Ota. And like I said before, that eventually switched once I got to not even the halfway point, to like the 48% marker, way almost before the halfway point. It switched towards Hitomi and the boss, and I said specifically, I really don't want it to be Renju, So, or Hitomi, otherwise I'll be disappointed. The person I wanted to actually be is the boss, and Kagami. I wanted it to be Kagami and the boss. But the game that's why I say the game is somewhat intelligent and somewhat stupid. It managed to give me somewhat what I wanted, but at the same time pull it away out of my hands and say, psych, we're fooling you. It's no matter how many of you were in this room, no matter if we were all a bunch of people at a concert, and you had to look at one person in the middle of the row, you would still all be wrong. That's what's called a cop-out. They couldn't think of a proper killer.
Been prepared for the show for a
goddamn Sashijima. I don't give a fuck about him. That's what this is what you call a cop-out. That's what you call a cop-out. You couldn't think of a complicated way to make the boss a real killer. You couldn't think of a complicated way to make Hitomi a real killer. So you thought of an easy way to cop out so that nobody could be right. So that it's like playing tic-tac-toe. You never can win. So they took an easy route. That is not good. That is not good at all. It's not really a twist. It's a cop-out, and it's a disappointment. Because I always knew it was leading to the goddamn boss. I was just waiting the whole damn time. I'm disappointed, man. But then again, I gave up. I think I gave up when I started to say Kagami was the most interesting person. That's when I gave up. You see, if someone was a real psych doctor and good at their job, they would have realized when I actually gave up. The moment I started to make fun and put jokes in, and say, hey, he told me, I know it's you. The moment my voice started to change, that's when I gave up. But it's whatever, man. I'm gonna give it a 7 simply because it deserves a couple more points for being interesting. But it doesn't deserve to go past a 7 for my personal rating. I'm gonna give it a 6.8 game. And I'm gonna have 7 being its total game. Metacritic has this as 7.8. Metacritic are morons. The users, the 400 and something users I saw it, tallying up their score and put it at 8.8. Those people don't really dive deep into. I mean, how can you say you love murder mystery games or mystery games? Watch Sherlock Holmes, Disco Elysium, but you don't dive deep. You don't go deep. You don't go deep, like real deep. Like, what the hell, man?
Of course, when I say show, I mean dismembering Iris. Because of the temperature in the warehouse, it took longer than I expected to prepare, but... well, you saw it in the video.
Metacritic tends to go to the extremes of good and bad.
What does that make it? 3 times that brat has showed up?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I expected too much from the users of Metacritic, but the users are actually people like you and me.
Dressing him up in
the users
was impromptu plan on my part.
Saito Shijima, you can shut the hell up now. Nobody cares who you are. Okay, so what I was saying is, you see, this is why I'm saying I don't care. Like, when you're hearing me talking to the game itself, that's if you ever heard me talking to the game, that's when my mind was giving up. When I start to do silly things, that's when. This is a nice little way for you to learn about people. Like when you watch games or watch whether it's sports games or whether you watch other people playing Fortnite and stuff. When they start to talk to characters in the game, it's kind of like a nice little way for them to either be one thing or the other. It's a reverse. It's either one or the other. They really like the game or they really don't give a damn anymore. So that's another little thing. But yeah, Metacritic tends to be an extreme on one side or the other. But what surprised me is like 300 or 400 or something people, users just like you and me, thought, based on those tallying scores, it came up to like 8.8. So I'm assuming there are a couple of people who are like me that gave it a 6 and some that gave it a 7. But majority of those idiots probably gave it a 9 or a 10. And because scores are tallied based on highest to lowest, the overall ratio between the 6 going to the 10s will end up being an 8. So but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 9, yeah. So the lowest, so I'm right. The people like me who didn't like it probably got this game into the 6, 5, 7 ratio. And then you had the geniuses who had it in the 10, 9, and 8, and then the scores were tallied up and it came out to be an 8. So even if a lot of people gave this game a 7 and 6s that is actually really deserved, if it just went over like 1 or 2 people or even 2 or 3 people more on the other side, then it will fall into the 8 category. Because that's how majority rules go. Even if just one person sides with the 8, 9s or 10s, then it falls into the 8, 9s and 10 category. Just one person, 1 or 2 people. So I don't pay attention to Metacritic. Like, you got people who are just on the, who just playing the game for the joy and said, yeah, man, they're just jumping on with bandwagons. So cool, we're part of the cool kids. And since there are tons of those type of peoples in this world, ratings for games will always be in balance, as well as the people who are critics. Since there are tons of critics that are similar to those tons of people, ratings will always be in balance. That's why you have to look at things for yourself. You have to evaluate things for yourself deep. You have to go deep. You watch a love story, you have to have reasons for why these people are together. They cannot simply be together because they have contradicting personalities or like personalities. It has to be good reasons for them to be together. Otherwise, it's poor story writing. If you don't have good reason for them to be together, it's whatever, man. It's just there for a roller coaster ride, for fun, like watching an Avengers movie. You're just there for the fun. You don't really care. But this is not that. This is a game that you're supposed to use your head. So it's whatever, man. At least I could agree to myself that I was somewhat right. And I guarantee, unlike most people, majority of them probably never even thought it was really the boss. Like, if someone was to point a gun, remember when I said if someone was to point a gun to my head, who would I pick? And I would say, I would pick the boss. And the person say, you better not be lying. It's like, well, yeah, that's the one I picked, but I know the one that they want me to pick, and it's you tell me. I say, is that your final answer? It's like, yeah, I said it before. I said it many times. Like, I thought you said it was Aset and Ota. It's like, that was the people I picked during the beginning of the game, before it branched off, before the 25% marker, or at the 25% marker, not even at the halfway point.
But the killer isn't the boss. Her body just killed So.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a cop-out. It's not really who I want it to be, man. I really wanted it to be boss. And they led me to, look, it technically is boss. Here's the thing, it technically is boss. She technically did most of the killings, and then she switched bodies to other people. Or she technically allowed certain things because she had the power. The sync machine, the authorization to do certain things, the allowing the soul to move back and forth, to meet up with Date, to foil Date. See what I'm saying? If you really think about it from that point, the boss had most of the power to make things move and make things not move. Not so much Aset, and you could say kind of So as well. But So only has authorization to do certain things from the politician point of view. From the investigative point of view, that's where the boss came in. So it's between So and the boss, who had the most authority through the entire game to make certain things happen through the entire game. That's why I was leaning towards the boss, because I hated that it would be fucking So. I mean, I hate this curse and everything.
Body only killed one person.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, I'm talking about authorization. I'm not talking about killing. I'm talking about authorization. Or you know what? Now that I think about it, I'm looking at it from the point of view of he's in the boss body now. I'm not looking at it from the point of view of he was in the boss body of Renju or So. I'm looking at it from the point of view as we're here now, going towards the end of the game, and he's in the body now. Like when I said I'm just waiting for it to show up, for it to show that it's the boss at the end, I guess this is what I kind of meant. Even if it's not really the boss, this is what I meant. I meant for it to show that it was the boss presented at the end, or it was me at the end. Even if it's not the boss, that's what I meant. I know it's not the boss, but I wanted to...
So is the killer of the yellow timeline.
With the definitive So is the killer. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's like I'm saying, but what I was saying from the beginning is, it's a cop-out, dude.
Asterisk.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's a cop-out, man. It's a freaking cop-out. The people who made the game could not pick a solid person to be the killer, so they keep switching back between characters. because they know it'd be too easy for someone, or maybe not too easy, but it'd be too easy based on the game that they gave to you for someone to figure it out. So they did the most complicated thing that they could think of. Created a guy that could go ghost in the shell, switch from bodies to bodies. Because that's where you could never figure out who it is. That's why I say it's a cop-out. That's why I say I'm glad I'm seeing the boss right now. I'm glad it's not Soul standing right in front of me like now. If it was Hitomi at the same time, if it wasn't the boss, I would still be satisfied. Because it was leading towards the person I suspected, even though it's not really her.
I didn't mean to make you think he was the killer.
I like it that it's the boss talking right now, even though it's not really her. You know, it's kind of satisfying what I said, that it was the boss, but at the same time, it's pulling the fruit out of my hand and saying, no, you're wrong. That's why I'm pissed off at the same time. Like, you bastards, you couldn't think of a proper killer or a proper way to make the boss the killer. They had it. You see what I'm saying, man? They had it in their hands. They had a gold mine. They had a gold mine. They had solid gold. They have billions in their hands. And they just pawned it off because they couldn't think of a better way to make the boss.
This is the point of the game, finding out the body switching.
Yeah, I guess. But that's what I was saying from the beginning. That's what I was saying from the beginning. It's a cop-out. I mean, not from the beginning, but from what I'm saying right now. It's a cop-out. The whole game was a body swatching clusterfuck from the beginning. There was never one killer. The whole point of the game was that it was never what you wanted. It was what the game put in front of you. You were never going to solve the game from the beginning because they didn't make it that way for it to be someone that you were suspected. They made it to be someone that had nothing to do with what any of these branch timelines. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? They didn't make it to be a person within your suspect list. They made it to be someone that you could have never figured out whatsoever at all, no matter how hard you try. And they reveal this person past the 75% marker. That's why it's a cop-out.
I just wanted to throw a wrench.
Every single game what the game itself is, not what we want.
This all happened Monday morning.
Yeah, well, you're right. But that's what but that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm laughing and I'm angry at the same time. And I say it's pathetic and it's a cop-out. You know, and I said I gave up. Because the game was never made to be what you wanted. It was made for you to play, to watch the type of game that they created. They wanted you to experience what they've made. And they wanted you to do investigation in the game. But they knew that you were never going to get the answers to begin with. So what was the point to even try? That's why I say, in a sense, it's a failed game. There was no point in trying because they never made it for you to actually figure it out. It was never made to be figured out. It was just made for you to see the type of game they're giving to you, to enjoy their type of game. There was nothing to figure out from the beginning.
I left the warehouse around 3:30 a.m.
No matter how hard you try to figure it out, you are always going to fail. That's what I'm saying. The game was designed for them to just show their type of art style, their type of investigative gaming. There was nothing in the game that said you were ever going to win.
Figuring out the killer is so is obtuse.
Yeah, it's
There are
obtuse.
plenty of clues pointing to the body switching.
Yes, there were plenty of clues pointing to body switching, but he was obtuse. But it doesn't mean that you are actually going to figure out it was him. But that's what I'm saying. You were never going to figure out it was him. That's the whole point from the beginning that they made. You were never going to figure out that was him. Even if you figure out body switching was happened, you were never going to know that it was actually him, no matter how hard you tried. You could basically throw a random coin on the floor and said, okay, it's Saito Tsujima. But that's probability. You didn't 100% know based on investigation. You just know because you chose to know. So nobody was going to know that it was him. And anyone that says that they figure it was him, they're lying. Because anything leading towards Saito Shijima was presented past the halfway point of the game, not during the process from the beginning to leading towards the end of the game.
You know all about the prototype sync machine, don't you? That should explain it.
And you see, a lot of people would probably say the same thing you're saying. It's like it was meant for you to figure out the body swapping and everything, and the breadcrumbs of that, but there was nothing to say it was Saito Shijima. Even if it was body swapping, could have been anyone. Could have been A-Set body swapping, could have been Boss body swapping, could have been Itomi body swapping. The whole thing of it being Saito was dumb, man. Was not done real well. So, you know, that's why I'm still keeping this game on my personal records in the 6.8 category and still keep it as a 7.
To be fair, Saito can't be an active character before the reveal because of the nature of body switching. He's always pretending to be other.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. They laid out a lot of breadcrumbs of who the killer was from the beginning, and various different people of who the killer was. You can't identify him because he's always body swapping, but when you make a game with regards to things like that, you have to have your investigative character have some type of breadcrumbs leading to the possibility that there's another factor, another person involved. It can't just be the simple ones that they have lined up. The breadcrumbs weren't placed correctly. The setup within sections and points weren't placed correctly. They placed them too far. They placed them too far towards past the 75% marker, too far towards the end. They should have placed them either directly on the 75% marker or right before the first 75% marker, but right after the halfway point. They placed them too close towards the end, too close after this, directly after this, too close towards the end. Like, because after this is the end, and after this one is the end. They placed them way too close towards the end. It's like, why place them close towards the end? Why do it? It doesn't make the game good if you do that. But I don't know, man. Why do the whole footsie run around? Why do the whole footsie run around? Why do the whole Kamakura? Why do the whole soul? Why throw all those things? And they did all those things. And I know the reason why they did it. They did all of those things simply to block your path so that you cannot figure out who it is. That's why it was important for you to hold down to certain people who you thought as suspects and then work out what was going on, connection to all those suspects. But you were never going to figure out that it was Saito Shijima because he wasn't someone that existed to begin with. Because he doesn't have any physical body. He switched. And guess what? The reveal of people being able to switch and Pewter using the whole egg that someone's psyche can go away if they're trapped inside another person's head and get eroded and they could take over that person's personality. That wasn't revealed also until past the halfway point in the game. I think it was on the line here. And like when the boss found out, I think when Date found out that who was he syncing with when Pewter talked about personalities switching? He was, I think it was Mayumi. After I got the conclusion with no, it wasn't her. It was Ota. Yeah, it was Ota. So after this branch timeline happened, Peter talked to me about that being a possibility. So I had to go all the way from down here, all the way to down here, to when Peter started talking about that being a possibility. And then I also start talking about that being a possibility. So in my mind, I thought, well, if it's Hitomi and it's the boss, then someone is actually in Hitomi and the boss. Or the boss and Hitomi have switched bodies. That's why I kept going on about the boss and Hitomi, because I thought that one or the other, either one of them had switched bodies, or they were in cahoots with each other, or something happened to one of them and the minds of one of them had taken over the body of another person. That's why I was bringing up that whole thing about people being in relationship with each other, and then he told me meeting the boss, and he said, "Hey, I haven't seen him in a long time." I brought up that whole story because that's what I was going with that story. I didn't say it before, but it was had to do with body swapping. Like, Renju was in relationship with Hitomi and cheating on Shogo or something like that. I was wrong about that, but Renju was talking to Hitomi, and they didn't know each other, and they did have connection to each other because of something that Saito did. And then when Hitomi got older, I'm pretty sure the story will go on in connection with the boss and Hitomi. And I said, "Hey girl, I didn't see you for a long time, blah blah blah. Like, I'm into this stuff. I can't do any of that. I'm a cop and all that." It's like, but if I scratch your back, I scratch mine. When I was saying that, I was thinking about it from the point of view of people who aren't who they are. That's what I was saying. I mean, I remember when I specifically said I'm not going to reveal what I think with regards to that. That's what I meant, that I wasn't going to reveal what I think with regards to that. Because I already knew about Pewter talking about personality swapping, so I wanted to know if it was the boss or Hitomi that weren't who I thought they were. Like, if Hitomi really was the killer, that she might not be who she is, and if the boss was the killer, she might not be who she is, or they might actually be who they are. I did not know. I just thought they both had swapped bodies. The only thing I'm confused on is this damn Saito Shijima, because he was showed up past the 75% marker. And that's why I say the game is not that good because of it. So now I'm going to shut up. See, I revealed everything. So now I 100% confirmed everything I wanted to say from the very beginning of the game to now. I revealed everything. I wanted it to be the boss. Reasons why I thought boss and Hitomi was in cahoots. Turns out I was wrong. Also, secondary reason why I thought they weren't who they were. They were pretending to be who they were. I was right about that. Turns out it was Saito Shijima. I wasn't right about it being Saito Shijima, but I was right about them not being who they were supposed to be, or they were pretending to be someone that were not supposed to be. So I was going down the path that I knew from the very beginning of the game with Aset and Ota, and I was following that behavior and those who were behaving that way. And then once Pewter started talking about people swapping minds, that's when it occurred to me that it might actually be Hitomi who's the killer, and that she might not be who she is, or it might be boss who's the killer and she might not be who she is. But I had to find a way to prove that it was either Hitomi or the boss who were the killer. But I didn't know who had swapped bodies with them. I just assumed that they both had swapped bodies with each other. That's what I thought. That Hitomi had swapped bodies with the boss, and boss had swapped bodies with Hitomi. I didn't know it was damn Saito Shijima until Hitomi's little timeline here revealed more that it was Saito. And once Hitomi's timeline revealed that it was Saito, that's when I realized, what the hell, there's another person in the game now. The game keeps throwing these different people. They threw him past the 75% marker. And that's when I had a new character. I had to then put pieces of paper down next to, write information on, and start to put pins on them of different connections towards different people. And so I had to start a new investigation all over for this new guy that showed up past the 75% marker. And it was annoying as fuck. So I'll just play the game, man. Like, I knew what was going on. That's why I kept saying, is it Tommy and the boss? I knew about the damn personality, the sync machine had something to do with it. And I knew body swapping had something to do with it. But I didn't want to say it outright. I didn't know about this goddamn guy showing up past the 70% marker, though. That's why I said it's a cop-out.
To harass you. I wanted to bring out the hatred in you. That's why I called Mizuki to Bloom Park. That's why I streamed Iris's murder. Because they were important to you, weren't they? I wanted you to feel cornered, trapped. I wanted to punish you, Kaname Date. Ah, the prototype sync machine has a special feature. It administers a strong dose of sedatives to the original body, and a stimulant to the host after a sync. That kept them docile. Of course, I don't really care about eyes. I don't need them. All I cared about was exchanging bodies with the sync. And for that, I needed to remove the left eye.
Why didn't you just put the eyes back when you were done?
That's obvious. Once I was finished transferring into a new body, the old one was of no concern to me. Why would I bother replacing the eye? I was just going to get rid of it anyway. Shoko's is in Renju. Renju's is in Iris. Iris's is in Dad. Dad's is in Boss. Their stomachs, I mean.
You sick bastard.
Yes, I ate them. Immediately after exchanging personalities.
How horrible.
Homicide is my hobby. I have a tenacity for it, what can I say? Of course, it was also necessary to make sure people kept their mouths shut. If I took over someone's body, they would know about my crimes. I couldn't risk them reporting me, so I killed them. It was also a matter of revenge. Against you. It's personal. That's why I chose people close to you as targets. Well, except for my father, of course. That was personal to me. But don't ask. It's embarrassing.
Now the only thing that's Now, the only thing from the beginning of the game to now that was always confusing to me and probably still is where does Date fit into all this? Like, he's obviously not the normal guy, obviously, but where does Date fit into all this with regards to Killer? I know in association that he wasn't going to investigate this, but I never know that maybe it had something to do with a personal grudge. That I don't know. That's the only thing that's confusing me from the beginning of the game. I never thought that it was a personal grudge. I thought these people like just made this character to be an investigator. He was a pervert and stuff, but I never knew that it was some type of grudge that was going on. So that's the only thing that's confusing me now, is when So got shot by Date, or when So was going to shoot Date, he said, how pathetic is it to be shot by your own father? And that's when it occurred to me that so many things are going on that still are unresolved. But to be honest with you, that was the only thing that truly confused me. Not really Saito. I just got upset that Saito showed up towards the end. He wasn't really a confusion. He was more like a pest. You don't throw someone like that towards the end. But confusion is more so saying Date's son, because that you could work around with, because that has relevance towards the story from beginning leading towards the end. Even though Soul was just dropped into the game and then they tried to make him out to be the murderer, which was kind of dumb, rather than leading in, at least I know that in relation to Date has some bearing and relations. But now that Soul opened his mouth and said that crap, or it was probably him that opened his mouth and said that, how is it? How funny is it to be killed by your father? And that's when it came to me like, okay, so something is going on in the background. Something is going on that we don't see. Now Date is a specific age, so Saito Shijima can't be his father. So something, why the hell did Soul said that? And that's where I'm thinking this whole revenge thing came into play. The moment they showed Saito Shijima as the killer, but only when they showed Saito Shijima as the killer, or when it was revealed that this guy existed. That's when I say, okay, maybe there's something related to Date why he's doing this stuff. That's when I say it's poorly done to throw Saito towards past the 75% marker, because now you're now creating a totally different story that has nothing to do with Shoko Nidami's killing. This is about something that has to do with revenge rather than some just person that's a psychopath for just being a psychopath. It's more of a personal grudge kind of thing. But I guess if you're going to go with that type of story, you should at least have layered the guy in way before the 75% marker. But they didn't do that. They decided to throw him towards the end. Like, what the hell, man? And what happened to the whole aliens thing? The whole the rock for the psych machine came from space and all that. Are you telling me all that it was bullshit? How come we haven't gotten back to Shady Organization? Or how come we haven't gotten back to why Mizuki is so freakishly strong? There's a lot of unresolved things this game is not going to tie up, I'll tell you that for sure. Because the game is not that great. It just thinks it is.
This series of murders was like a journey for me, you know. Traveling through bodies to finally reach the end. That's the thing about traveling. You always wind up in the same place, don't you? Where do you think that is? Your home. A trip is only complete once you return home. The same goes for me. When I return home, my travels will come to an end. So I'll be needing it back. My body.
What?
You stole my body. You took it from me 6 years ago. That's why I want revenge.
What are you talking about?
There you go.
You have no idea what it was like inside my own head.
Oh, there you go. Okay, at least now
it's just Iris's imagination plus the brain tumor.
Yeah, I kind of figured that it was bullshit, but I was thinking like, where the hell was the game going with regards to that, aliens and all that crap? Like, the game. This is why I'm saying the game throw all this stuff to get in your way. Like, that's why I held on to Iris and Ota. I held on to Aiba and Date. I held on to Hitomi and I held on to Pewter, because I know this game is like throwing so much mud in your or tomatoes at you from all different corners. It's like D-Day. You're crawling on the floor, and bullets are flying over you, going from left to right. And if you don't hold on to your rifle, you'll get shot. Like, it was all over the damn place, man. Be like, where the hell is this game going? So that's why it's important when you have suspects, you held on to them, and then you branch out from those suspects to see where they're going. And eventually it led me to Hitomi, and eventually it led me to the boss. And eventually it led me to Pewter talking about personalities can switch, and then me assuming.
Even more bonkers.
The sequel.
Experience.
Oh, there's a sequel? Great. Hopefully it's better than this. So let me see. Now let's do some critical thinking. Well, not critical thinking. So 6 years ago, when the boss found him, he was all messed up, and he lost his eye, and his body was messed up. It was during that process, I guess, he was synced to someone, and then I'm trying to figure out how this goes, because he just says he could switch personalities with someone. So Date switched personalities with his body and fully took over his body 6 years ago. But he doesn't remember his real body. But why would he fully take over his body 6 years ago? They both had to have agreed to be in sync. Or Date was forcefully placed there. Forcefully placed there. But he wasn't a cop before. The boss made him a cop. So who was Date? If this body that I'm talking to right now is basically the killer looking at his own self. His real body, Date's body is the killer's body. So, who is Date's real body? Switch personalities. The body of the personality of the person that took him over and replaced him. Because apparently, according to this guy, once he takes over your personality in your body, the other person, other body, he typically gets rid of the other body. So the other body is dead, I'm assuming. Dead, buried, chopped up or something. That's why he doesn't have another body to put Date back into his original body or something. See, that's the thing that I'm not sure about. And that's the thing the game is not going to reveal. It's not going to tell you that. Look, if people like this game, they have the right to like this game. I just don't like the investigation part of this game. I think it's poorly done. But they could like the game if they want to.
Brain, Date.
I just don't like it. And it's not because there's something wrong with me.
The whole killed by your own father thing was supposed to be a foreshadowing about Date's body being Sato's.
His body being Sato's. Killed by your own father. Yeah, the game is weirdy that way. Personality swapping. Yeah, I think about it. Like, because did Pewter said about the personality swapping before that happened? I don't think he did. I think he said after that happened, and I killed So, and Mizuki was saved. I think that was afterwards. So I had to finish that goddamn timeline, that branch timeline, just for Pewter to start talking nonsense about switching personalities. So I wouldn't have known, regardless. No matter how hard I try, I wouldn't have figured it out. Because the game, remember what I was saying before, is stupid for me not to be able to figure stuff out, because the game is forcing me to not see the story by putting branch timelines there. The game literally gives you information as you're going along. Like So saying these things, killing by your father. Like, you would have never known that what that would mean until Pewter told you about switching personalities. So the game is literally telling you information as you're going along. Exposition as you're going along. So there's nothing to figure out, man. It's like I was saying from before, it's like, why am I even investigating anything if there's no reason to?
No matter
It's
how
showing
many
me stuff
people I
as I'm
killed,
going
it
along.
never worked. I never felt happy. I feel miserable.
You mean?
He was born with a brain dysfunction. Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
Oh, that's right. My old body. How are you finding it, Dante?
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? It revealed, like when Pewter had said that, brain dysfunction, it started to click in your head right now why he might have switched bodies. Because of his brain dysfunction. You wouldn't have known that. Why the hell would someone switch bodies simply because of brain dysfunction? I don't like to be in a body simply because it has brain dysfunction. That's not good enough reason to switch a person's body. Apparently that's good enough for this game. I mean, I don't like how it just throws stuff at you as you're going along. You can't figure it out. Man, but if that's someone else's cup of tea, that's them. I like to figure it out by myself. I don't need the game to explain it to me as I'm going along. I don't understand certain people, man. I really don't. And how could this be a good detective game if you're not allowed to be a detective? I don't know. Alright.
That's what I've been telling you!
But I don't have the same oxytocin deficiency you did.
That is because I regularly supplement it. They must have increased your dosage too much.
No, but the person who had this disorder was number 89, the original Cyclops killer.
That is what I believed as well. But we must have misunderstood.
Max.
Pewter did not specify who exactly was imprisoned. Only that one of the original culprits responsible was currently in prison.
That's strange. That would mean number 89 is the previous chairman, Rohan.
That must be it. Rohan is a parasite inside number 89's brain. Pewter must have known that.
No way.
Yeah, everyone would be confused based on that, because the whole thing about swapping...
Let us determine the specifics using Saito as our starting point.
The whole swapping personalities thing only was revealed past the halfway point of the game. So you're from the beginning to the halfway point leading to the 75% marker. You're thinking that you're playing a game based on criminal investigation. But you're not. It's a game based on body swapping. I mean, you have to solve a mystery, and the mystery has nothing to do with the actual murder. It's more like, I mean, there is a murder, but it's not really about the murder. It's about body swapping, man. Like, I actually thought I was going to be chasing after a psycho killer or something. Turns out I'm actually chasing after body swapping. I mean, body swapping psycho killer, but not really the psycho killer. It's trying to stop the body swapping or something like that. But I don't know. I like gave up a long time ago, man.
Whose brain was he in before Boss?
So Sejima.
And before So?
Iris. And before that, Renshu. And before that, Shoko.
And before Shoko?
I was a parasite inside Rohan's brain 6 years ago until last year. I'd lost most of my memories. I was a shell of a man. They housed me in a special hospital, but I still had those fragments of my mind left, just as I explained earlier. From a single piece, you can recreate the whole. I took my time, slowly regaining my memories. 1 year ago, I remembered everything. I left the hospital and immediately sought out Shoko Nadami. I got her body, and she was in Rohan's. When she saw herself in the mirror, she lost her mind. She was confused, panicking, running up the emergency staircase, and then...
That's why Rohan committed suicide.
But see, this is why this is why I'm saying I don't really like the game. Like, this guy has been swapping bodies over and over and over and over again. There was no way you were going to be able to piece this guy together, even if you tried, because the game was all over the damn place. There was no way, even if you wanted to, it was all over the place, because the game refused to state that personality swapping was something present beyond the halfway point of the game, or should I say present before the halfway point of the game. It only showed it past the halfway point, like at the 75% marker. So it specifically did that because if it didn't do that, you already assumed that it was body swapping. That's why it's not that good. They couldn't think of a better way to create a killer, so they did this to fool you, to have you all over the place. So to think that actually something was wrong with Rohan when it was this guy. I think there was something actually wrong with So when it was this guy. And you would have never known this because the game never explained anything about mind swapping or anything until after a certain point was revealed based on a branch timeline. And that's only then and only then did you start to figure, alright, well, if this person could swap bodies with this person, and it's possible, then anybody in the goddamn game could have swapped. So when Dante was losing his mind and thought he wasn't who he was, then that's when I thought, well, someone swapped with him. Or when Iris said, well, I didn't feel like myself, then someone could have swapped with her. But I stuck to my guns and I kept it to be Hitomi and the boss, because they were more strong. They were stronger with regards to their being aligned to be the killer. Even if the killers were swapping bodies, they would be the last people to be swapping between each other. I mean, I wasn't completely wrong, but I had no idea that this dude had been swapping for like forever. Who would have known that he was swapping like forever? Since even before the beginning of the game, he was swapping like back years before. And what the hell does any of that has to do with the nuclear power plant going, like dropping like Chernobyl on the town being sold off by So you're trying to tell me that this dude did that too? For what reason? Because he wanted to just kill a bunch of people? And then all of a sudden he sold the property and buy back the property? Like, since when does this killer guy gives a damn about property buying and buying up property? Or maybe his son did that for him. Oh, I wanted to show my father that I care about, so I'm going to just do this for him and let him buy this property. Pay attention to me. The ridiculousness in this game is beyond, like, think I didn't forget? I didn't forget. What the hell does the power plant has to do with any of this stuff? Like, did he do that? And for what reason did he do that for? You think the game is going to probably explain it? It probably is going to explain it, but in a cheap way.
After that, I spent a year perfecting my plan, using Shoko's body. I spied on you all this time. That's why I know everything about you.
It's so cheap, man. I mean, it's so cheap. Like, think about it, man. Think about it, really. It's so cheap. It's an easy cop-out. If you pick a person that could switch from bodies over and over, and it could be literally anyone. It's like morphing from one person to the next and go from person to person. You could never find out who the real killer is because the killer doesn't have a body. So it's a cheap cop-out killer. It's easy. You can't catch the killer because the killer cannot be caught because it's never one person.
In there, in that body you are operating right now, in that skull, my personality lived there.
Wait, hold on. If what you're saying is true, what about my personality?
It was in Rohan.
I'm not Rohan!
Correct. It is just as he explained earlier. Number 89 was in Rohan's body. In other words...
That's... my real...
Yeah, I wonder about that. Remember when Prisoner 89 was giving me this little spiel? A little spiel about... I used to be a cop, then I got sick and tired of the justice system, and then I started to become an avenger and become an assassin. And then all of a sudden, one day the Yakuza caught me, Rohan. Then they captured me. And then I got tortured and stuff. And then, no, they didn't torture me. They offered me a deal to work for them, and I worked for them as an assassin called Falco. Like, who the hell was talking to Date when Falco was talking? If that's really Date's body, who the hell was talking to him? Rohan? Was Rohan actually talking about his life? He was a cop. He became an assassin. He got tired of the system, and then he decided to got caught by Yakuza.
And this is why Iris's last words in her route are, "I've been looking." Are you? She figured it out.
But what did Iris figure out? That aliens exist? I don't know, man. I didn't remember Iris figuring out anything. All I remember Iris was rambling on about aliens and about not being herself or about being killed. And then discover that she has a tumor and all this. Everything related to Iris, I stopped suspecting Iris after she got murdered that first time. Or it wasn't really Iris. Well, technically she did get murdered. She got her eye pulled out in that psych machine. But yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like, so who the hell was talking to Date? Because if that's Date's body, who the hell's in Date's body talking to him? Was that Rohan? And if that's actually Rohan, then who was standing above his body when he was giving that little spiel? If that wasn't Rohan talking above his body. Or did Rohan swap? So see what I'm saying, man? Everything is all over the goddamn place. Who is in this? Who is in that? Who's in this? Man, give me a break, man. Pick a lane. The game does not pick a lane. It's all over the fucking place. It's ridiculous.
Sorry, but time's up. I want my body back. It's quite simple. Sync with me and stay inside my mind for more than 6 minutes.
And if I refuse?
I know that you won't. I know it.
Huh?
Date, look!
Date is in Sato. Rohan is in Date and Sato is in everyone.
Damn you!
If you give me back my body, I will give you the location. Oh, and of course, it isn't the chemical plant in the Calpursides.
Lila, where's the source?
It is being routed through numerous IPs. I cannot identify the source.
I think, honestly, I think I gave up a long time ago, man. I think I checked out a long time ago. Like, once I got to this point, I checked out. Because I didn't like the fact that this guy was thrown in by the 75% marker. So I just started to enjoy the game to enjoy the game. I started doing detective work. Once I realized this guy was thrown in past the 75% marker. Once I realized he was a cop out, I checked out a long time ago. I think I checked out way before that. Like way before that.
Computer, contact headquarters, now!
Got it!
Now, what will you do? Will you agree to my request?
Date!
See? I knew you wouldn't refuse. I know you well, don't I, Date?
I did it. I did it. I'm back. I got it all back!
Hey, where's Hitomi?
All right. I'll tell you as promised. Boss's house. However, it might be too late by now.
What? Why?
Return my body and I'll tell you the location. That's what I said. I didn't lie. I kept my promise.
You bastard!
You're the one who injured that body. It's your own fault, really.
Damn it!
Be seeing you.
Date! Are you alright?
Everyone's dead. I couldn't do anything. Saito had me right where he wanted me. Nothing.
Parallel worlds exist.
Now, when you say he told, I mean, Aset figured it out, or Iris figured it out. Like, when she mentioned stuff about parallel worlds, and then, what you call it, Peter start talking, well, he doesn't know about parallel worlds, but he knows that the psych machine has a way of creating things similar to what exists in reality, and based on, I guess you could say, those functions. You can't say parallel worlds exist because a person can swap.
That she figured out Date being her uncle.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but she didn't really figure out Date being her uncle. She never said it. I mean, she just assumed. Otherwise, she would have said it. I don't know, man. I really don't know. And here's the thing.
Agonizing.
I don't know. Well, the game didn't specifically say it, so you can't assume it. This is one of those weirdy games that if you believe that something is something, the people don't want you to be right about that something. And then we have Mr. Classified over here. So that's the last thing in the game that apparently is unsolved. I'm gonna finish this damn game today. I know that for sure. I just don't like how they set up the killer, man. It's an easy cop-out, man. How they set up the breadcrumbs for everybody, even for Hitomi, Renju, for Pewter, for not Saito, for Date, for who else? For Mizuki, for So, for the Kamakuras, for Prisoner 89. Those things were all done good, but the moment they threw in the whole personality swapping thing, that's when those things started to become untangled, or should I say tangled up, and they weren't making sense anymore. But I understood they weren't going to make sense. What I didn't understand is that they were going to be tangled so much to an incredible rate that those tangles will also have tangles. And once you make something so ridiculous that there's so many tangles, it stopped becoming fun. It starts to become an annoyance. And like I said, the Somnium world did less for the investigation part of the game than the actually game itself. It's called AI Somnium Files, but you figure out most of everything when you weren't in the Somnium world. So I'm wondering to myself, why the hell is it called Somnium Files if majority of the clues don't lie in Somnium Files? I don't get it, man. Well, maybe that's the point. You're not supposed to get it because it's not made for you. It's made for you just to enjoy their game that they've made.
Could I have had a better future?
This is the end? How is this the end? How is this the end of this one? How is this the end of this one? The guy, she explodes inside of the guy's eye and he collapsed. His head explodes. You know, the bad guy's defeated. He got killed by Aiba exploding his head. And then he killed Hitomi at the end. It's so weird. Don't you think that's so weird? that the two people that I picked towards to being the actual bad guys, the killer would decide to use at the end. That's why I'm saying this game is not fully over. When I said that the boss and he told me were the people I suspected, there's a reason I did it. And I'm still holding on to that, as weirdy as it might seem. Because it's bizarre how this game is going. If body swapping is a thing, then things still might not be playing out the way you think. And if you're going to do something, I mean, I gave up on the people that made the game. But if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it all the way and keep holding on to the people who are my suspects. So I could basically cross off the boss now because technically she's not really the murderer. She was used by the murderer. But is it over? Is it really over? Is it really Saito? Knowing this game, all of a sudden might pop up. Freaking Hitomi might be the actual real murderer.
Damn it!
Knowing this
I
game.
don't think you can release yourself.
Well, do something about it.
What is it you expect me to do?
Hitomi might come back from the dead or something.
Get this off of me.
Knowing about these branch timelines, Hitomi might come back from the grave or something. Because this one is a branch timeline where Hitomi is alive. So next thing you know, she might come back from the dead or something, and it turns out that it wasn't Saito Tsujima, it was actually Hitomi. Or Hitomi is Saito. In this one, it's not. In this one, it's not the boss that's Saito. Hitomi is Saito.
I cannot.
Why not?
I mean, from a realistic point of view, I was right with it being Hitomi and the boss. From a fictional point of view, I was wrong because transferring bodies doesn't exist because this is a game and they were playing by game rules. But from an investigative part, I was correct. Now, if psych machines did exist or people who were able to transfer their bodies did exist, then I would be 100% wrong. Because those things exist. But those things don't exist, so that's why I'm kind of right with it being the boss. And he told me.
My body has short-circuited. It must have been the electric currents from earlier.
Gah.
But fortunately, my communication functions are still operational. I attempted to reach HQ and Abyss personnel for support.
And?
No response.
They ignored you?
There must be pressure from the higher-ups. Likely a result of Congressman Tsujima's interference.
He thinks I'm investigating Monika's case.
That is not the only reason. So Tsujima holds a personal grudge against you. He wants you dead.
Yeah, that's because you're
That is
Saito.
likely why Pewter is attempting to delete my data.
Are you okay?
And here's another thing. Why I say I'm right, because even though it turns out to be Saito Shijima, and that's inside of the boss, and inside of Hitomi, that can only apply to this game itself. Like if this was reality, that wouldn't apply in reality because no such thing would exist. So the person who would be labeled the killer would be actually Hitomi, or would be actually the boss. They would go to jail because swapping bodies don't exist. So they would actually go to jail. That's why I was focusing on the realistic aspects of the game, and I didn't pay attention to all of a sudden we're going into body swapping territory. That didn't show up until past the halfway point. So that was my only takeaway. Well, not my takeaway. That was my only gripe about the game. Why throw something by the 75% or after 75% marker? It just isn't. It's not good.
For now. they breach my final layer of ice, they will destroy me. I would cease to exist.
You're Saito Tsushima.
Oh, so you figured it out.
Renju's body on the ground, without his left eye. You were inside Renju, weren't you? Until just now? You used the machine to exchange minds, then got rid of his body.
Close, but you're a little off. I didn't get rid of the body. He died of natural causes. But what interests me more is you. How do you know you can use the sync machine to exchange minds? The way you're talking makes me think you know why I took out his left eye.
That's funny. It's so funny that he's like, how do you know that you could switch minds? It's like he didn't have the conversation with Pewter or something. Or it's like the game is trying to tell you that this dude doesn't know that you just witnessed something on a different timeline where you actually killed his ass and you switch bodies. Like the game likes to mess around and go all over the place. That's why I guess that's why I don't really like it that much. Like if you're going to go off branch and go off and do your own thing on a different branch, at least try not to branch off too many times, man. I mean, if you're gonna branch off one or two, but not a billion and one times, because then you just make it painful.
The current. Did it unlock your memories? Then tell me, this body was originally...
Mine.
That means your body...
This is your body, isn't it, Saito?
Well, if you know that much, then this should be easy. Give me back my body. Don't worry, I haven't killed them. Yet.
Yet?
The brain you are currently occupying has an interesting quirk. It releases a flood of dopamine and endorphins when it kills. I thought I'd take that brain back before killing those two. In front of you, of course. Which is why I haven't killed them yet. Such beautiful eyes. I was going to begin the sync, but I think I've changed my mind. I want to see you mad. But what will really set you off?
If you don't shut your mouth right now...
All right, talking it is. What should I say? Do you have any questions for me?
And here's the thing, if this game doesn't reveal something new within all these asked questions, then that means he just told me the same thing that he told me when he was in the boss. So I'm going to go follow the same pattern I did before, Monday, and see if this game is going to follow the exact same thing. Because then what's the point of having a branch timeline if you're not going to reveal something new?
By Monday, Renju's body was almost completely dead. And of course, my consciousness as well. That's when I got a call from a Mr. Amanoma. The man you call Pewter.
boss told me that number 89 was coming. Then, Renju asked, "Is there any way we can let number 89 escape?"
When I heard that number 89 was coming to Abyss HQ, I came up with a plan. Iris trusts this number 89, this body. I thought I could use it to get to her. And there was another reason. I planned on eventually switching bodies with you. You and I would get our original bodies back. And after I do that, I will kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you while you're in this body. A rather nice plan if I do say so myself. That's why I asked Pewter to help number 89 escape. I wanted this body at all costs.
And there's still some things that are missing. Still certain things that are missing. I'm not buying what's going on here. There's still certain things that are missing that don't add up. Just like at the beginning of the game, I was saying certain things that don't add up, going towards certain characters. Certain things don't add up towards what he's saying and doing. There's more going on here. I mean, it makes logical sense that he would want to kill both Hitomi and Iris, because he was the person that was with them when Iris was young. It would be totally traumatic for both of them to see the person that was like a father doing that. And he would get off on that. But there's something more going on. I'm still curious about Rohan. Like, who the hell was Rohan body in? Or Rohan in? But to be honest with you, I don't care about that anymore. What I care about more than anything that's circling around my head is that explosion. That radiation explosion. Did that trickle and caused all these things to happen? Did that cause all these people to become the way they are? Having cancer, having this, dementia, having brain disorder. This guy turning into a psychopath. I'm more interested in that more than anything. In fact, I was more interested in that from the very first video when it was discovered that radiation. I want to see what that has to play with the bigger picture and how that was connected to the people, the two main people I was interested in, the boss and Hitomi. Now, it's turning out that Hitomi is going to be crossed off from my list of suspects. But like I said, I always hold on to everything till the very end. So Pewter's crossed off. Date seemed to be the innocent jokester right now, so he's crossed off. Seemed to be used. Of course, Hitomi was killed as well, but we saw Aset come back from the dead on a different timeline, so that's not completely out the door. But it's more leading to the fact that it is completely out the door. My spotlight on her is dim, but it's not faded away. I could cross Aset out, because it wasn't really Aset, it was Saito inside her. So 1, 2, 3 are out, and Hitomi is still the last one remaining. Isn't that nice? And of course the boss. But I could now think I could cross boss off. Can I really cross the boss off? Let me think about it. Chemical explosion. You see, while I was saying all these things from video 1 all the way to now, I had multiple things going on in my head that I had written down. One was murder, one was incidents, one was association. things associated towards the chemical plant has not been fully revealed. Things associated towards the murderer has more than 75% been revealed. Why certain people behave the way they do have been revealed. Brain tumor and other issues that came out naturally or due to the radiation. Why the Kamakukis do the things have also been revealed. But certain things are left unrevealed, and that's the power plant. That's the power plant. That's Date switching with this guy from the very beginning with Saito. Why he would want to do that from the very beginning. Was he captured, or why he would do that? How are those things related to the power plant? You see, even though I'm interested in the only person in this game, which is Shoko Nadami, find out who the killer is, it is now revealed that he is the killer. But that does not close out a story simply because you now find out who is the killer. Because based on the branch timelines, something might turn out to be something totally different, even though they're branch timelines. So I cannot fully close out him being the killer until those branches are all folded on top of each other, which means the radiation has to be information about that radiation leak and the explosion and the selling of that Kawasaki area and the park. All those things must be closed out for me to fully believe that this guy is the killer. I mean, he's obviously a killer. But when you have stuff like dimensions and parallel worlds, nothing is ever 100%. So you must close it out fully. And the only thing left unsolved is Date, the chemical explosion, and since all my suspects are closed out, the only one that's still somewhat radiating, no, the ones that are still radiating are the ones that are I still think. Hitomi is still there, and the boss is still there. As much as I saw Hitomi died, she's still there. And as much as I saw the boss being used by this guy, she's still there. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Radiation. Explosion. Date and this dude. How they met. Why they met. Hitomi, boss. Those are the last things left before I close this game out. I'm serious about it. It'll be weird if it turns out to be Hitomi in the end. Because this game is weirdy with that. It's obvious it's him, but the conclusion of a great story, if this even is a great story, will give you satisfaction. Like, even if you're dissatisfied from the beginning all the way to the end, if the conclusion is good, then it gets more points. The conclusion has to be good.
I brought Rohan, who was inside number 89's body, to the abandoned factory. Rohan was my partner in the Cyclops serial killings 6 years ago. So naturally, we had a lot to talk about. But I didn't have much time left. Not to sound like a broken record, but Renju's body was almost done. It was completely useless at this point. So, I put Rohan to sleep and began the sync. As a result, this happened.
Renju.
It's just like I told you. He died of natural causes. Just mercenaries I hired. After I woke up Monday, I arranged the hit. They were expensive, but I had access to Renju's bank account. I paid them with his money. Of course, my intention was only to kidnap Iris. But after I got this body, I didn't really need them anymore. But they had already been paid good money, so I decided to leave the arrangements as they were. And then, Pewter. I told him about Iris and hiring the assassins. I told him he could use them for whatever he needed. And he acted on his own, without consulting me. I called Iris about 24 hours ago. Tuesday at 1:40 a.m., I started a video chat with Iris. Long time no see. I'm sorry to call you out of the blue like this, but I need to see you. Iris got so excited that she dropped her guard. I told her where to meet, and she agreed right away. It was all according to plan. I knew that if I looked like him, she would do anything.
I've been looking for him for 6 years.
I see. That is why Iris left Matsushita Diner.
So the person she trusts most.
You, Date. Number 89's current body was originally yours.
After Iris got into the car, I put her to sleep. I restrained her and called Hitomi.
I have your daughter. Don't call the police or she dies.
I used Iris to reel in Hitomi. And
Wait, what? Wait, what? Did you just say number 89's real body was Date? I thought number 89's, I thought Saito was Date's body. And Date was number 89. Alright. It's whatever. Well, yeah, that's kind of what she says. She was excited to see you, Date. But, yeah, she didn't know that it was this dude. Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Thanks for being so cooperative. But you did drag your feet. I was getting tired of waiting. After the accident, my body was taken to Central Hospital. I regained consciousness just past 12 a.m. Sunday. The surgery was a success, but Renju's organs were in a horrible state. But I had somewhere to be. I left the hospital, rented a car, and headed to Iris's house.
I know what happened after that. You got to the Sagan household at 2 a.m. You pushed the intercom button.
He was sweating buckets and he came up to me with this begging look in his eyes. He said, "Come with me."
You got Iris to come with you. But when you tried to bring her here...
I got scared. I pulled my hand away and ran.
Oh, you know that too? But you're exactly right. I was planning to put her to sleep in the car, but I didn't have my drugs on me. The sleeping pills were inside Renju's crushed car. I was pushing my luck. My plan and my body were both in shambles. I'm sure the painkillers were affecting me as well. My mind was scrambled, and I couldn't think straight. I couldn't chase after her. I needed to sleep. I managed to make it back here and collapsed on the ground. The next thing I knew was the next day. I woke up around noon on Monday. Renju's body was about to expire. I was still in Renju's body. My next target was Iris. If I asked her to come to the abandoned factory, I knew she would be skeptical, so I called her to Sunfish Pocket.
Now you see, all this is interesting. All of this is interesting, switching bodies and then setting up the story of how he met this and this piece together. This is interesting. That's interesting. That's part of interesting setup of the story. Him being towards past the 75% marker, that's not interesting. That's not good. Let's say, for instance, there was no mind swapping whatsoever at all. He didn't swap minds. There was no such thing. If he was the killer, this would have been an interesting way to set up events, going from this way to this way to this way. Let's say he forced Renju to allow Iris to go to the warehouse without indicating to Renju to make Iris to go to the warehouse by some type of plan or something. Or maybe he was right there, or with a sniper rifle from off of a building, or a bomb inside of his head or something like that. You don't need, see, this is what hurts my head. You don't need to swap no bodies or any of this craziness. You just need to be creative with your thinking and set up a well-laid plan. But it's whatever. Let's continue.
I even video called her, but for some reason, she said no. This was around 5 p.m. I was still Renju, the president of Lemniscate. I didn't think I would have any trouble getting her to trust me, but...
Date, do you remember? Saturday evening after sinking with Mizuki. Inside the Somnium, you thought you saw Iris's body, so you called her. The time was 4:52 p.m., right before Renju called Iris. You told her.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Lock the door and stay at home.
Iris didn't accept Saito's proposition because of your warning. If you did not warn her...
She would have been taken here.
I decided to pick her up in Renju's car. I thought that if she saw me in person, she would trust me. However...
You got in an accident around 6:10 p.m. and lost consciousness.
So unlucky. My plans were ruined. But my ultimate goal is still achievable. So it's all good. Oh, right. I put that there. When I was fixing Shoko's body on the horse, her phone fell out of her clothes. I forgot that I had given her one. I didn't want to take it with me, and I didn't want to toss it away. So, I decided to push it into the mouth of the horse.
The merry-go-round horse's mouth was hollow, which allowed the phone to fall down into its body.
I was only 12, but I remember it vividly. On that day, 18 years ago, I heard my dad on the phone. I'm going to see Monica. I followed him. I got into a taxi and followed my dad's car. He went to the Harbor Warehouse District.
Okay, so this is the point. So here's that's why I say this is kind of silly. Here's another silly thing. You see the guy in blue? We've now discovered that it's Saito Shijima. Why keep him in blue? Is it because they want to keep doing it? Because they can? Once you reveal the guy, who he is, There's no need to hide it in blue anymore. Maybe they didn't have, like, the budget to create the guy and just put him there. It would be real easy to do so, but maybe they decided to skip that.
I've only ever been happy when I was killing something. Before Monica, I would kill cats and pigeons. It was the only way I could feel happiness. The only way I could feel anything. But like a drug, I eventually grew a tolerance to it. Next, I'll kill a human. That's when I found out about Monica. That woman took my dad from me. And she stole all the happiness from my house. So I chose her as a target. I was born with a brain disorder. I can't secrete oxytocin from my pituitary gland. And I didn't have a mother. Not a real one, I mean. My mom died giving birth to me. So, naturally, my emotions toward my dad were complicated. Sometimes I think, if I didn't kill Monica, would things be different? Maybe the murders 6 years ago never would have happened. Me, you, Rohan. Maybe none of us would have gotten mixed up in this. And maybe Shoko Nadami never would have gotten killed. Isn't destiny a curious thing? One mistake can change so many lives.
And there it is. There's another mistake of the game. It's not a mistake. This is why sometimes I get upset playing this game. It's not a mistake. When someone chose to do something, it's never a mistake. And let's say, for instance, he kept the girl alive. He didn't kill her. Saito would figure out a way to quiet her anyway. He wouldn't kill her off, but he would find a way to dismiss her and eventually quiet her off in the end, because she would push her a lot. So him doing it would not have changed much of anything. And let's say, for instance, Saito didn't kill the girl, or he didn't kill the girl. She'll go off on her own, raise the child will grow up, everything will be normal. You think this psychopath will actually stop killing, or would not kill? If he did not kill that girl, and the story didn't play out with Shoko Nadami being killed, the branch of this story of this guy would branch in a different direction. It would go in a different direction, or someone totally different, or a different group of people, or a different set of individuals that had nothing to do with Date or the boss or something. It would go in a direction from him towards other victims and other police officers and other people. It wouldn't have changed who he is. He would eventually still go in, but it would go in a totally different direction. So, it's not like, isn't destiny a funny thing? One mistake is no mistake. Because no matter what direction he chose, a lot of people would have died in one direction or another, left, right, up, down. Nothing would have changed. It would have been the effects of those people who are now killed, like say, Monica would have been alive. Shoko would have been alive. Renju would have been alive. They would went by their normal lives, but now someone else would have been dead. And eventually Date would be called on the case. Eventually would have been at the best situation. Eventually would use Psych Machine. And eventually would have found out that he is the person. But now Date will be attached to other people. And eventually he'll want to have revenge against Date, because Date took his body. And eventually it will go in the direction of him wanting to take revenge against Date against the other people. So it no longer would be a strange branching other people who we're never going to see in the game. It will branch off, and the conclusion of that story would end, and it would then go back. It would go back to Shoko Nadami, Renju, and those people. So all he's saying is bullshit, because it's just delaying the inevitable. He's a psycho killer. All psycho killers do is eventually delay the inevitable. If they're not going full direction towards that person, they'll eventually go towards that person anyway. I don't know psycho killers, but based on the logic of investigation of this so-called investigative game, he would eventually go towards Shoko and Renju anyway, once he got tired about these strange other people in another direction, even if he didn't kill Monica. He would eventually come back to them anyway, because that's who he is. So, I don't know, that's why sometimes I'm like, should I even be listening to what this story in this game is saying? Because sometimes the game and the story makes sense, and sometimes it's contradicting itself.
Sorry, I don't have anything else to say to you. And even I'm growing tired of seeing that twisted, angry face of yours. So, shall we get started? Give me my body back. What a strange fake eye. Oh well. All right, it's ready.
Oh dear Lord, let it not be another Somnium Lockgate thing. Now I know all about the game talking about you need space between the eyes for the person's personality to go into the brain and so on and so forth. That's why they remove the eyes and everything. I mean, I just thought that, hey, they really have to remove the whole eye. But that's the game. That's what they made. Could have done it in different ways. I thought it was a fetish thing. Turns out to be something that's not a fetish. The game is going in its own direction. I just have to follow it.
That was... Damn it, why can't I wake up? This doesn't look like footage from a surveillance camera. What? Am I being synced? What? Damn it, what is this? Go to the sink room. It's a sink. Me? What was he doing? Sink gear. Again. Door? This wasn't here before. This is... It's them. You're... I touched, but nothing happened. You're... Damn, nothing. You're... It's just a mirror. You're... I can't. Damn it! I'm sinking. What do... What is... I did it! I did it! Oh, this feeling! I'm back. I got it all back! This fake eye is awful. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. I think I'll keep it. This prototype machine has a special function. The body I am transferring my consciousness into will receive a stimulant. The other body receives a sedative. You will be feeling it soon. Like I told you earlier, my plan is to kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you. So I can't be killing you right away. You will watch them die, and then you will follow in their footsteps. You should be honored.
I thought he wanted to kill Iris and Hitomi in the uncle's body. Like, doesn't that contradict what he was trying to do? I mean, if he was truly that deranged, wouldn't he have done it like he said he was going to do it in their bodies, in the uncle's body? I don't know, man. Like, I give a long time to go try to figure this dude out.
Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win! Yay! Now you have to take the penalty. Up, side to side, up, down, pinch.
Iris, remember when you asked me what your stage name should be? How about Aset?
It's pretty. I love it.
You see that flower over there? It's a very special flower that blooms in the cold. A winter iris. Just like the iris from Greek mythology.
She's the messenger goddess. And the goddess of rainbows, too.
That's right. That's why the iris means good news and hope.
Good news. Hey, Uncle. You met Mommy at this shrine, right?
So Dante was the person who was a cop that basically became an assassin that basically decided to, get hired by the, well, not hired, but have no choice but to work for.
When am I gonna hear good news from you two?
Have no choice but work for Rohan. But here's the thing, like, oh man. Okay, so when Rohan was telling him, or should I say when Prisoner 89 was telling him this, should I tell you a story about a guy, blah blah blah. So basically it basically showed him and Rohan switching places, and Rohan going into Prisoner 89, or should I say Date going into Rohan. Okay, so Date was inside Rohan for a while. So if Date was in Rohan for a while, Rohan was... Yeah, what the hell was Rohan doing? Because Date wouldn't be like... unless Rohan tell him to take charge of the organization when I'm gone. Like, how did Rohan get his ass shot? Or no, that was Dante. Like, so he switched bodies with Rohan. So what the hell was Rohan doing the whole time? Like, pretending to be, like Dante was pretending to be Rohan the whole time. So what the hell was Rohan doing the whole time when he skipped out with Dante's real body? Well, he got knocked over the head by fake Dante, which is actually Saito, kidnapped or something. It probably doesn't even need to explain this, but at least we get some context on that. And just figuring the whole body swapping thing just makes everything complicated, man. It doesn't make it good. It just makes it more confusing. If you're gonna do body swapping, swap it one or two people, but not multiple peoples, man. Jesus. You make the story more complicated than it is by making him constantly swap and doing constant things, and this is happening over here, there. So you're forcing the viewer to try to piece the puzzles from multiple people and pull all those information from multiple people just to figure out which one of them might it be. And you won't be able to do so because he's everywhere and going in every direction. It's like the game is trying to make itself complicated for no goddamn reason when it could have just been just one guy and just set up good context and good information. Man, it's all over the place. We're like, oh, psych machine. That they haven't even explained about the psych machine, where the psych machine came from, how they're able to do that. I mean, literally, how are you able to build a machine and do that? Who came up with the formula? Or why did they decide to do it? They only were scared that, oh, what if a foreign country took control of the psych machine? Could you imagine what they could do with it? Like, so this is what they did with it. I don't buy it, man. There's more going on.
What?
When will Uncle be my dad?
The Okonomiyaki War.
Iris drew it. She must have really enjoyed herself. She even said that she wanted to do it again soon.
Yeah, we should. We'll do it whenever she likes. Maybe even every day.
Oh, you. Every day?
Hitomi, do you want to live together? The three of us?
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
People are going to talk.
I don't care about that one bit.
Well then, hypothetically, what if Iris and I were being hunted down by a secret organization?
Well, I'd defend you, of course.
What if they're zombies?
Zombies?
Remember when we went to that haunted house and you were clinging to my arm?
Because it was dark and he came out of nowhere. But fine. I don't care if it's zombies or aliens or whatever else. I will defend you and Iris with my life.
Thank you. Well then, my answer is yes.
So, you want to go clean? Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing. One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major. This woman and her daughter.
Let me guess.
To dispose of them.
Let me guess. Saito probably took over Rohan's body and told him to do this. Like, come on, man. You decided to do all this simply because you wanted to do this, just for fun. It's like, basically, Saito was placed in the game to make everything convoluted. So, I don't know, man. I need to know more information than this guy's. If this guy's just a psychopath, then there's no need for all this body swapping stuff. If he's just a psychopath, raging psycho, there's no need for all the body swapping. You didn't have to throw that in there. There's more going on than just some psychopath. And if it isn't, then it's another reason why I kept the game in the 6 and probably give it low 7s at most.
Should be simple, no?
This is...
Yes, I know all this. I know that So will want to get rid of Renji or not Renji, get rid of Hitomi and the baby once he found out that they were alive. But since he didn't found out that they were alive, why all of a sudden he wants to get rid of them for? Freaking Renji didn't tell anyone about it. So how did he find that out? Renji didn't tell him. Renji was there trying to keep it a secret. But all of a sudden, what? Saito, he was peeking through a window shield or something. Come on, man. They're trying to tie up everything nicely, and it's not working. He just can't just find out to find out. Yeah, so Rohan took it upon himself to kill them, just to wipe the slate clean for Saito so that no loose ends. But how did Rohan know about them? Like, he didn't have spies or anything on them, unless he did have spies following them, and the game didn't show those spies following them. It just basically said spies were following them, and they found out. So I guess if the game just says so, it is.
You got it? I want you on this right away. If you could do it in 2, maybe 3 days, that would be great. Good luck.
And here's another thing. How would Rohan, when he was in his body, Prisoner 89's body, telling Date this? How would he know that? That's the reason why. Because Date refused to kill them, and Rohan automatically suspected that Dante was staying with them, or found out that Dante was staying with them. I guess you could say that's the truth, but that's too clean, man. Unless he had the Yakuza people following Dante Falco the whole time, looking over his shoulder. So that makes sense. But here's the thing, Rohan also blurted out the entire story of Dante's life. He wasn't following Dante way before he became an assassin, or before he became police. He only knew about Date after he became an assassin and started to kill someone personal associated with the Kamakuras. That's when Rohan started to go into investigation on who Date was. He didn't know anything about him being a cop before, or any of that stuff, unless Rohan went inside of, or, well, how should I keep forgetting that, what did Saito said? Sometimes, like, when you go inside the head of someone, you get to pull information from their past, but only 1% of that past is there. So you're telling me that this guy was able to know everything about Date's past before, and everything with regards to Hitomi and simply from that 1%? That's a lot of memories for just that 1%, man. It's like everything is too clean and too easy set in this game.
I see. I hear some pretty crazy confessions in my line of work, but this one takes the cake. But don't worry, all right? You could have told me you were being attacked by Martians and I still would have believed you.
So, can you help me?
I do have one idea.
Huh?
Have you heard of the new investigation department, Abyss? I was put in command there. The sync machine is normally used to look inside someone's head, but it does have another function. You can technically use it to swap bodies.
Swap bodies?
Right. So if we use that...
Are you shitting me? Are you telling me the boss came up with this idea for him to swap with Saul Shijima? It didn't occur to her that Saito Shijima was a psychopath. She just, let's pick Saito Shijima. It's probably not as cut and dry as that, but she's the one that came up with swapping his body. I don't know, man. I have no idea. This is like so silly, man. But it's whatever.
What do you mean?
I mean, switch bodies with Rohan. The new you will be Rohan, chairman of the Kumakuras. Then you can send out an order. No one lays a finger on Hitomi and Iris.
That makes
Rohan?
that makes sense.
In my body?
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, once he's in his body, he will know something is up. Something weirdy is going on.
Just get rid of it, I guess.
Like, get rid of your own body.
Rid of it?
You can take this opportunity to get rid of Falco once and for all. No one will know what really happened. No one will ever find out that a police officer was moonlighting as an assassin. It's two birds with one stone, right?
I want to see where the game is going with this. Like, he was going to be stuck in Rohan's body forever. To murder his real body. And where does Saito come into this? It's really silly if you think about how all this is going. I mean, it makes sense that you would make Rohan not kill them by swapping the bodies with him. I want to see where this is going, man. What does Saito has to do with him getting into Saito's body? If he is supposed to be in Rohan. How did that come about? Because if that came about, that closed off one of those things that I was talking about.
All right.
Which is how Date and Saito got switched bodies.
Hayato Yagyu.
But then that will leave the power plant and Tommy and the boss. Well, I could safely say the boss is closed out now. I just wanted to know more about the boss. So now I know.
Kumakura?
I made up some charges and had the cops take him in.
So now I could fully close out the boss. I wanted to know more about the boss, what she had to do with this 6 years ago. Now I know. I mean, it took this long for this game to reveal this stuff coming towards the end of the game. Do you really think it's a good idea to reveal shit towards the end of your game? How would someone figure out anything in investigation if you're revealing everything towards the end of the game? God. But yet there's still more. There's still the warehouse. I mean, not the warehouse, the power plant. And there's still Hitomi. So I've closed out everybody. The only thing left unsolved is Hitomi. And the power plant. What does Saito have to do with power plant? Is it even going to say anything about the power plant? And about, oh yeah, there's also another thing that hasn't been closed out. What about Mizuki's freakish strength? Is it not going to address that? She just strong because they just want it to be that way in the game. Come on, give me a break. Let's continue.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it'll be fine. Because he's about to switch bodies.
Alright. Rohan has been put to sleep. He will not be waking up for a while.
Remember, to get your consciousness to fully transfer.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Stay in Somnium for more than 6 minutes. Right.
We're counting on you.
Let us begin. 3, 2, 1.
Stop! Please! Please. Help me. Help me.
So are you telling me that So Shijima was with him all through all these murders? Because there was always two people there. Like, if he switched bodies and he was plucking eyes out, the guy in blue was plucking eyes out, Rohan plucking eyes out, and it wasn't. And Rohan wasn't. It wasn't a fetish of Rohan. It was a fetish of Saito. Like, and the person that there was always someone standing next to him. You telling me So was there all the time when he was doing it? The original Cyclops kill was his dad, and the son was also the secondary. They were both in the cahoots from the very beginning. But that's bullshit, because didn't he actually say when he was 12, okay, he killed his first person, and dad was like surprised and stuff? So wait, so basically his dad kept raising him to keep murdering people to satiate his habits or something like that. until he decided one day to get rid of him. I don't know. So and his son were the Cyclops killer the whole time. I said before I didn't want So to be the Cyclops killer, and I meant it. But I didn't give a damn about him being the Cyclops killer in the past. I just didn't want him to be Cyclops killer now. And he wasn't. He was supposed to be the Cyclops killer in the past. So I didn't like that. But I kind of like the fact that it's not him, at least. But I don't like the fact that they had to plug in his son past the 75% marker. And we're seeing all this crap towards the end of the goddamn game. It's like watching the fruits of your labor towards the end of a movie. It's like, so what was the point of me trying to solve shit if you're going to reveal everything at the end? Like the only time you reveal things towards the end. The only time you reveal things towards the end is when majority of everything has been solved, and then you put the twist of how certain things come towards the end. You don't just like start giving stuff towards the end. You just revealed certain answers towards the end. Revealing the answers. What, like turning up the face of a card. You know, is this your card? Is this your card? Is this your card? And then turning up the face of the card towards the end. You know, and then seeing based on the cards that the players have been choosing, are they similar to the cards that are there? That's how you do that. You don't just drop it all towards the end and then flip the cards up and says, okay, this is the twist and this is the twist, and then this is it and then this is it, and ignore everything that the player was doing, or kept putting confusing stuff or putting like everything all over the place, all the cards all over the place, so that even if no matter what cards the player brought to the forefront, it will always be wrong.
Rohan?
Did you forget your own idea?
Does that mean...
I'm Hayato Yagyu. The switch worked. And there's been a breakthrough in the case.
I know. You don't have to say it.
Regarding the Cyclops serial killings, right?
How did you know?
We can monitor what happens in the Somnium from this room.
One, see, it's saying one was Rohan, and the other was...
We should ask him about it.
One was Rohan, and the other was Saito Shijima. But here's the thing. The game, like, tripped on itself. It says, basically, he switched, Saito switched with Rohan, and plucked out eyes and stuff. Like, Rohan didn't have the fascination with the eyes. It's like, freaking Saito had the fascination with the eyes. The game explained it before that Rohan might have had the sickness about him being fascinated with eyes, but technically Saito was switching with people and switched with Rohan, and then plucked out the eyes. So it wasn't really like when Rohan was doing the killing and stuff, he wasn't fascinated with doing the killings separately. That was all Saito. So whose body was freaking Saito in? He was in Soul's body. That's who it is. So when Rohan was actually doing the stuff, doing it in Soul's body, you know, I mean, it's weirdy that way, because Saito switched with Rohan, which means Saito was in Rohan. So Soul was present there, but he switched with Soul as well. So when was he switched with Soul? When was he actually Soul, and when was he Rohan? And who the hell was Soul anyway? Whose body was Soul in if Soul wasn't present there when he was in Soul's body when Rohan was killing? Was Rohan in Soul's body? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's all over the freaking place, man. It's like you're trying to put things together and say this and this, but for all we know, Rohan could have been in Soul's body as well. It's everywhere, man. It's annoying as hell.
Good idea. When Rohan wakes up, we'll interrogate him. Huh? What? Pewter, where is he?
How would I know?
This is bad.
Hey, which way did Rohan go?
Huh? Rohan's standing right there.
No,
Yagyu! Where is Yagyu? Where did he go?
Oh, him. He just left.
What?
why didn't you stop him?
What do you mean? He's a detective. He said he wanted to leave, so I opened the door. Did I do something wrong?
No, don't tell me.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here at this hour?
Such beautiful eyes.
Oh, stop. You're always flattering me. Anyway, come on in. I'll make us some tea.
And you see what I mean? You see what I mean? You keep saying that Rohan had this fetish for eyes, but then at a certain point in the game, it is said that he was inside Rohan's body.
You bastard!
I don't know, man. Alright. Oh, so that's what's happened. Okay. Well, that's fine. But
Stop
I'm saying
right there.
it's tripping up. It's tripping up. It tripped up. Like it said one thing and then it did something else. Like if Rohan really had a fascination in eyes, there's no need for Saito Shijima to be fascinated by eyes as well. Like the game is putting these things in your path to make everything confusing. It's like braided strips or breadcrumbs or black pass or tomatoes. You have to dodge everything, man. Like, it's ridiculous the amount. Like you're looking left, you're looking right, you're looking up, you're down. Which way am I supposed to go? Which way? It's all over the damn place, man. Like I know this game is linear, but everything is put inside of your path is not linear. That's why it's important to just hold on to something and follow a specific path, because it's throwing you all this bullshit. And if you don't follow that singular path, then it becomes confusing.
Meet with Saito. Figure out the truth behind the Cyclops murders. As long as you're like that, I think he'll be more open with you.
I mean it's psychotic how it's just revealing everything towards the end. Like it's not spread loading the stuff. Like everything is just popping up at the end. But like how are you supposed to figure
do you have someone in mind?
Let me think. What'll it be? The fifth murder? The fifth Cyclops killer victim?
Hold on. Could you not refer to us like that?
Why not?
I told you, it's very old-fashioned.
But that's our name.
A name you decided. You even sent that letter without my permission. You said it would throw off their investigation. I don't know how effective it was.
So there's no relation to Greek mythology?
What? Don't ask me. You're the one who came up with it.
How long has it been since we last met?
That's an odd question.
Humor me.
The first time we met was when I killed Monica. And my father asked you to deal with the body. But we didn't so much as see each other for 12 years after that. Why are you asking me this?
What was the next time we met?
About half a year ago.
And what did I tell you then?
You don't remember?
Remind me.
I remember you showed up rather suddenly. You really want to kill people? I'll find you targets. Just let me keep the eyes. Then we both get what we want. We'll make good partners.
Exactly. This guy here was all about the eyes. Why you keep going on about you have beautiful eyes, like Rohan had this fetish? It was never Rohan. And like sometimes this game goes back and forth, back and forth. Like it's trying to like fool you even towards the end. Like give it up already. Enough of the bullshit.
That was your idea. I don't understand why you're asking me.
My idea, was it?
Yes. You told me that you suffer from hemispatial neglect. That you can't recognize the right half of your vision. You always eat the left half of your meals and all that. The same is true of the faces of those you've killed. You can't recognize faces out of your right eye. Which means you can only see the right half of their faces. And that's why you pull their right eye. That's what you told me, anyway.
Hey, Saito. Could you come with me for a bit?
Where are we going?
There's a place I want to take you.
Really? Is it perhaps the police station?
What are you doing?
You aren't the real Rohan Kumakura. I could tell as soon as you opened your mouth. Let's get a change of scenery. Fortunately for you, I am interested in hearing you talk. Mr. Kumakura showed me this place. So it's fitting that this is where you die. What a wonderful feeling. The truth serum is working beautifully. Wow. I see. I see. You got into that body with the sync machine. Fascinating. I'm intrigued. I want to see it for myself. The prototype sync machine. Where is it? Chiba? You there. Why don't you go and fetch it for me? Don't worry. I'll pay whatever it costs. Well, it looks like preparations are complete. Let's say you and I get started.
I love how this game looks. I love how the game that they just pull out their eyes just like that. Like it's that simple. But then again, it's a video game, so everything in the game is half logical and half illogical. That's why I'm never gonna put this beyond a 6, in my opinion. And they'll probably go to about a 7. Like half of everything doesn't make sense anyway.
What are you doing? Follow him!
Okay, so that's how it happens. Rohan got kidnapped. He found out he's not Rohan simply based on his personality because he's a psychopath. Through some work, switched bodies, end up in Rohan's body. Pretending to be head of the Kamakuras for a while. Then he killed off Rohan by letting him commit suicide. But by then he already switched with another body. The whole time Date was stuck inside of the psychopath's body, Saito's body. What I don't understand is how come Date don't remember who he is. If he definitely ran out and jumped out that window. What, did he jump out from a 15th floor or something, slam his head or something? Like, how did he just lose his memory just like that? If he was well aware who he was when he jumped out that window. Did he fall and hit his head on a pole or something? This is the point where he didn't know who he was. He was wandering around.
Saito Sejima? I guess not.
So he doesn't know who he is right here. But it did not indicate how he lost his memory, or how he forgot who he was. It didn't show him slamming his head onto a wall or something. He just jetted out there after the sync was completed. So he instinctively knew that he had to get out of there. But there's no indication of how he completely lost his memory. But obviously Rohan / Saito retained his memory. Come on, man. What the hell? He can't just forget because he forgot after the sync is over. Unless I missed some text when I was skipping through the bullshit. I need to know how he just forgot. He just forgot because he forgot.
Huh?
Sorry, I just had a feeling. I heard that the prototype machine was stolen, so...
So the prototype machine is that messed up it screw up your memory? Why didn't it screw up Rohan's fucking memory then? And then make Rohan forget, or should I say make Saito forget who he was. And thus Saito wouldn't be able to do any psycho killings whatsoever at all because he would be confused on knowing who he was and would be thinking he is Rohan the whole goddamn time. So what? It worked for Saito and he miraculously remember who he was, but Date the whole time here doesn't remember?
We lost communication for a whole week.
Who are you?
Just as I thought. You've lost your memory. All right. From now on, think of me as your boss.
Boss?
That's right. That's what you'll call me. Come with me. To where you belong. I managed to make a new family register for you. From today on, you have a new name and a new life. As a member of Abyss, the team I run.
You want me to be a police officer?
You were a policeman before, remember? You've already passed the exams. There shouldn't be a problem.
But the new me didn't pass.
It didn't occur to the boss that this is weirdy. That she's actually talking to Saito Sejima. That So Sejima would have a problem with this. What So Sejima automatically see his son when Date comes to question him about the murder of someone, and didn't freak out or behave erratically or any of that stuff. It didn't concern him that his son was no longer his son anymore. But he wanted to get rid of his son the whole time, and is satisfied that his son is gone or something. I mean, even if that's the case, it doesn't occur to the boss that this is weirdy or freaky. That the possibly Cyclops killer is this guy right here. And even if she didn't know he was the Cyclops killer, to have Saito Sejima body is right in front of him with Date inside of it. I mean, like, why the hell was Saito Sejima body right in front of? Why is Date inside Saito Sejima's body? It never occurred to her to tell him any of this stuff, leading him on about Cyclops killer and all this shit. Come on, man, that's too clean. That's what I'm saying. It has to reveal more information why the boss is playing this game, because this is too stupid. If you see someone, like you see your partner or anyone inside the body of someone else, someone you probably think or potentially think has something to do with the Cyclops killer, you already know that this person was inside Rohan, and now you know that this person is all of a sudden inside this guy. You know something went rotten. It didn't occur for you to dig up and ask questions and then tell him information about that stuff. It didn't occur to her to tell him information about that stuff ahead of time so that he could piece the puzzles quicker than it's supposed to be. No, because it's not meant for you to know any of that stuff. You're meant to know all the stuff until the final part of the goddamn game. Like I said before, you're not meant to figure out shit.
That's fine, trust me. It won't be a problem. That congressman knows how to pull strings.
Who?
No one, never mind.
So what's my new name?
Kaname Date. I hope you like it.
Kaname Date.
Yep. Nice to meet you, Date.
I mean, it doesn't occur to her to tell him that, hey man, your name is not actually Kaname Date, your name is this guy, and this is what happens. It's like she was messing with him from the very beginning the whole time. She's not keeping him safe by making him pretend that he doesn't exist.
The official title is AI Ball.
And I know a lot of people were assuming that he's keeping her alive. I mean, she's keeping him alive by pretending he doesn't exist because of the situation that happened with Rohan wanting to kill Hitomi and the girl, and he wanted to swap bodies. So if his true body dies, he's now Rohan and stuff. So by her giving him a new name and calling him Konami Dante works out good for him. But it never occurred to her that to not fill him in on all the additional information on who he really is. That it's nice for him to be ignorant of who he is and why he's doing these things. But no, I guess keeping him blind is not important whatsoever. Like half of the circumstance would not have popped up the way it did in this game if she had just opened her goddamn mouth. But she wasn't meant to. She was meant to keep quiet because it's not meant for us to discover anything. It was just meant for us to watch the game play out and then give us the answer at the end.
You may call her Iba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. Special Agent Dante, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
How are you feeling? Your head clearing up? I've been waiting. I really want you to enjoy this show. I need you to see it clearly. Awake. Looking at it.
And remember when I also said it was tropey to have a killer at the beginning of the game to be the killer that's right next to you or right around you, or the killer is right directly in front of his face. He's like right in plain sight. You didn't know that he's right in plain sight, right standing right in front of you. That's a tropey thing from back in the days, like 90s and early 2000 mystery movies type stuff. I guess someone didn't give these people who made this game the memo, but no one gives a damn about that type of detective type work anymore. That's something from back in the days. So the moment I saw this guy on the cover of the game, I immediately threw that down the drain simply because of one thing. It's because one is tropey as hell. But no, they went and did it anyway. Dante, his part of those 4 people I had as my main suspect list, I only had him in there with Iva simply because I was thinking that the boss was in control of him. And the boss was under control of a greater organization, which I was hoping the game would reveal. Turns out that's not the case. Turns out it's something even more tropey. That is actually the serial killer was the person that was right in front of you the whole time. It's like, I obviously didn't want it to be Renju. I said it before, and I didn't want it to be So. I said it before, and I really didn't want it to be Hitomi. But I had no idea that they were going to go this tropey hard. Now, this is harder than Renju, man. This is 100% harder than Renju right here. When you look on the cover of the game, this is 1000% harder than Renju. Like, he was literally in front of you the whole time. I completely ignored it because that's 1000% harder than Renju. It's like it hurts my head, man, talking about this shit sometimes. Like, why can't people use their brains when they make things? They think they're so goddamn smart too. Whatever, I'll just finish this game off.
You have a choice. Iris and Hitomi. Die before these two or after. I would of course prefer that you choose the latter. It would be quite a lonely affair with no one watching. So, what do you want to do? I'll give you to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
No, wait!
Damn.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But are you really Dante?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Someone called Aiba told me about it. It was weird. It was kind of like eavesdropping.
Aiba?
Where is she? I don't see her anywhere.
Inside his left eye socket.
What's wrong? Sorry, but bastard got me. Take this. Do it! Tessa and her mom are in danger, right? Please, save them.
What the hell? Now the Yakuza guy is going to be the one that saves the day? Oh my god. The Yakuza guy's a scumbag. So the scumbags are the one that's going to save the day at the end of the game. Am I the only one that see this is okay? Well, I guess this is their game. Like, okay, so bad guys get to save the day at the end. Well, I guess that's okay. It's not often you have a game that the bad guy is actually the hero towards the end of the game. But it's whatever. But just keep it in mind that the scumbags are the one that also do murder people. Rohan and the rest of them all in the same boat. It's like the game is making a dude that as part of an organization that murders people to save another dude, to stop another dude who's murders people that's part of an organization that murders people. Does that make any sense? An evil son of a bitch as part of an organization to save another person who's another evil son of a bitch. Well, to save someone who's not an evil son of a bitch, to get someone else who's another evil son of a bitch. Ah, man. Like, out of everyone who could have been a hero, this is the guy that shows up. Another bad dude, a bad guy is the savior to stop another bad guy. I mean, logically, it doesn't really matter. They're both bad at the end of the day. But he's just saving Dante because of Tessa, because he's a fan of Tessa. But in the end, here's the thing. In the end, it won't matter, because in the end, he's a criminal. And he's going to order his people to kill people. And eventually one of those people are going to be probably Hitomi and Tessa in the end when he gets tired of them. Like, come on, man. It's like the game trying to understand the logic of what it's doing, but it doesn't understand it at all. If it's basing things on reality, then it's not following it. It's just doing whatever the hell it wants to do.
Iris!
Date, do you... I love them. A brilliant, glimmering fragment of time. The flash begins as a perfectly ordered chemical reaction that melts into chaos. Human lives are the same, are they not? As is the universe itself.
Damn it! I can't get into my sights.
Oh yeah.
Help from Aiba.
Oh yeah, here's another thing, if you don't know already. But I'll just reveal something for you. The design of these characters, Date, this guy right here, and the design of the guy that's up there, Mr. Saito, that has the silver hair, long hair. Guess where that's from? Psycho-Pass. The main hero has the same haircut as Date. The main bad guy has the same haircut as Saito. Why? I don't really know why, but I could guess the reason why. But Go watch Psychopaths, and you'll see the reason why. They probably took ideas from Psychopaths and decided to use it for this game. So they couldn't even think of their own goddamn originality in their own game. Great. I knew there was something off about both of them. I just couldn't piece it together until now. A lot of ideas from this game actually came from an anime called Psychopaths. So why are you... I'm not going to ask why. It's like I'm trying to ask myself, why are you judging it based on something like... But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. If it took this information off of the anime Psychopaths and then twisted and braided it and fashioned it in a different way, it's alright. They could get away with it because technically it's not the same thing. If they fashion the story in a different way, it's not the same thing. It's like if someone was to order Coke, but then they're accidentally given Pepsi. Like, they're not technically the same thing, even though they're both sodas. I was wondering why it was so strange that this guy looked so familiar to me. Why Date looked so familiar to me. I was curious about it, not at the beginning of the game, but halfway into the game, once we met Prisoner 89. And then we saw Prisoner 89 sat in front of Date. It's like, this is weird. I think I've seen this somewhere before. And now it just dawned on me. By them facing each other once again. It could be the high ground, because there was a situation where there was a high ground situation in the anime as well. Or a low ground. It must have been a high or low ground. Either way, it was a high ground and low ground situation. Well, what do you know? This game doesn't even truly have an originality in its bone. But then again, nothing really is. So, I should dock it points for that, but I'm not going to dock it. I'm going to leave it exactly where it is. At a 6.8. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt, and hopefully the ending might be good. But yeah, that's who this guy is. The dude from Psychopaths. That's who that guy is above there on that floor. That spotlight over his head. Also the bad guy from Psychopath. They couldn't think of their own original characters, could they? Great.
Blooming, scattering moment. And it's only a single moment, isn't it? A unique moment that you can never revisit. That's what makes life beautiful. Don't you think so?
Should I just risk it? But if I miss, I'll hit Iris.
But I've spoken enough. It's showtime. I will show you the most beautiful fireworks you've ever seen. The scattering of the cerebral plasma, the splattering blood. It's art. Perfect, beautiful art of a lonely moment in time. Don't blink. I want this to burn into your retinas. Well, the one you have left.
Damn it! What do I do? What do I do?
Mizuki!
You bastard! What do you think you're doing to Iris?
Tessa! I'm here to help!
Wait, Mizuki!
Did you find him?
No! I can't find him anywhere.
It even had a fight scene like that of Psychopaths between both of them, fist fighting in like a warehouse area. I think it was in the finale. It was at the beginning of the anime as well as in the finale. That's great, man.
Where the hell is he?
Some girl named Aiba told me to come. I heard everything.
About the mind swapping, too. I heard it too. From Saito. Uncle, it's really you, right?
Yeah, of course. If I didn't come, who would?
Oh, but don't flatter yourself, Date. We didn't come here for you. We're here to save Iris and Hitomi.
Right. Got it.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go save my mom. I'm fine. This is nothing. Stop worrying about me and go get that guy. I heard footsteps earlier, like someone going up the stairs.
To the top floor!
Date!
Hitomi! Damn it!
Mom! Iris!
It seems I have an even bigger audience now. That's fine. Having more spectators will be a treat for us all. You all want to see, don't you? The fireworks? Oh, am I rude? So you don't want to see the fireworks? Fine. Let's do this then. Date, drop your weapon. I promise I'll put the fireworks on hold. I'll even release this woman.
He's lying, Date!
Don't do it!
Throw down your gun, Date. Ah, I see. You don't intend to take me up on my generous proposal?
Date!
You want to shoot me, is that it? Then do it. But you only get one shot. You have to kill me with one bullet. If you don't, the fireworks show will begin in earnest. And I will blow this woman's brains into the sky. What will it be, Date? What will you do?
I can't hit him at this range. I can't aim with one eye.
Well done. However, you aren't out of the woods yet. You have to throw your gun down, remember? You have 1 minute. If that weapon is still in your hands, I'll start the fireworks.
So wait a minute. I had 2 options, but I really didn't have 2 options. I only had 1. So what's the point of giving me that option if I can't do it? I don't get it. I won't try to fight against this game anymore. I'm just gonna enjoy the ride.
And one more thing. If any of you move, I'll skip down to 0. Let's begin. Ready? 59. 58.
Date, look! It's that girl I told you about!
Aiba.
Date, I do not have much time. Listen carefully. As I mentioned previously, I cannot escape this body. The surge of electricity shorted out my circuits. I cannot administer a paralyzing electric shock either. However, there is another option.
Huh?
Self-destruct. Let us determine a code number. Command 41205. If you issue this command, I will detonate.
No, that's still too dangerous. The number will be the first lock. If I give you the second command within 1 minute of the first...
What is the second command?
How about if I tell a lie?
A lie?
Something that's not the truth. If I say something untrue, I want you to regard it as the second command.
Is your data stored in the cloud?
Unfortunately, that data has all been deleted. I'm speaking to you using only local data.
Then, if your body is destroyed...
Correct. I will be destroyed as well.
10. 9.
Say it, Date.
6.
Date, come...
2. You are even more of an idiot than I thought. Do I look like the kind of man who keeps his promises? Now you get to see 5 fireworks. If you didn't drop your gun, it would have only been 1. You understand? After I dispose of this woman, I will pop their heads as well. I can't believe you did that. Fortunately for you, you won't have long to regret it. Yes. Yes. The burning in your eye. I see it now. Watch. Eyes open. Watch this woman die. See her brain burn like fireworks.
Aiba, can you hear me?
Yes,
We don't have a choice.
I know.
Command 41205.
Okay, Date.
I...
I'll be honest with you, I had no real emotional ties to this character. I never really felt anything towards this character. I felt emotional ties towards Hitomi. I felt emotional ties towards Ota. I felt emotional ties towards Mizuki.
I
felt emotional
hate
ties
you, Aiba.
towards. I felt emotional ties towards. I would say, even towards this guy, Prisoner 89 / Date. When he was talking about his backstory, felt more emotional ties towards him and towards Aiba. Hell, I think I might even find more emotional ties towards Renju and towards Shoko. Shoko is a terrible mom, but I felt more emotional ties towards her when she was yapping on about it's so hard to be a mother, and she wouldn't stop crying. Mizuki wouldn't stop crying. I felt more emotional ties towards them in those situations because there was more emphasis on the performance, I guess, the voice actor, and the more relations you could relate to those people based on their circumstances in their life. I felt no relations towards this character whatsoever. Even when she was joking with Date and was calling him a pervert and stuff, I felt no relations to it. I felt more relations towards something like Jarvis from Avengers. I felt more emotional ties towards something like him. And he was an AI, and you didn't see him whatsoever at all. He was just a voice. Felt more emotional ties towards Jarvis than towards her. I don't know what it is, but there was nothing that made me felt emotional ties towards her. I felt more emotional ties towards Ota's mother than towards her. And I think maybe it's because she was never a real person, and her performance of the character didn't sell me whatsoever at all, that they actually was trying to do what they were trying to do, to be a cooperative like assistance towards Date. She didn't felt like that whatsoever at all. She felt more like a program meant to replicate his behavior and his desires. In fact, she even said that herself. So the game, by creating this character based on Date's emotions, desires, and stuff, kind of destroyed itself in the character simply because by doing that. If the character was created to be indifferent from Date, not to be a more robotic version of him, I could feel something towards him. Hell, I didn't even give a damn about Date until I found out that he was he told me he's actually hubby. He didn't even matter then until he actually had like a little moment with Mizuki through a branching path. So for the first half of the story, he didn't matter at all until he starts to have moments with Mizuki, moments with Ota, and moments with Iris. So I don't know, man. I think whatever they, I can't see myself feeling anything for this character. I don't. They're trying to pull it off. It's just like she's a pale version of him, you know, like a silhouette version of him. There's no real emotion tied to her. It's like she's a robot for being a robot's sake. Whatever emotions you give to her, it won't latch to her or latch on to her.
I hate you, and I never want to see you again.
This is dumb. Like, why would he be saying shit like that?
I understand.
Why would he be getting emotional like that for?
Be seeing you.
At no point in the game did he ever become that emotional before. I think that about the only time in the game he ever really became that emotional is when Iris died. I don't see it. I don't buy it, man. It's like the game goes up and the game goes down and the game goes up and down. It's like it's a roller coaster. The entire damn game from beginning to end is like a roller coaster. Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's terrible.
Iba always been in your left eye?
Yeah,
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you'd be jealous.
Huh? Thank you so much, Uncle.
No, don't thank me. Thank my partner.
Mr. Falco. It is you, Falco. Right?
You shouldn't call me that. I am Kaname Date, MPD, Special Investigation Team Abyss. Sinker.
So he decides to get rid of his real name completely now. He's not going to go back to who he originally was when he first met her. He decided to completely destroy that person and accept his fake name, part of his organization, as his real self. Okay. Like, if I remember who I was, would I really accept my fake name self? I don't know.
Uncle, your left eye.
Oh, this? It's just a prosthetic. It doesn't bother me.
Oh, good. Because of the memories. I wanted to come here with Uncle again.
Ratty cake, Baker's man.
By the way, I still don't have the answer to my question.
What question?
When am I gonna hear good news from you two? When will Uncle be my dad?
As you can see, I'm great. Hop, hop, kangaroo goes hop.
I'm glad the surgery went well.
Yeah. The nanomachines went pew pew and bzz bzz and got rid of all the tumors. At least, that's what I think they sound like. I don't know, they're small. Anyway, everything is fine now. The doctor even said I can dance again.
That's the most important thing.
All thanks to the boss. She paid for the treatment. Can you believe it? Maybe I owe it to the shrine. I feel like I ate the fruit of immortality. In a dream somewhere.
Then I guess you're immortal, huh?
We'll see 50 years from now. The way you are now is more familiar for me anyway, so... My old uncle is back, you know? Besides, I don't care what you look like. You're always uncle to me. Isn't that how it should be? To judge by our hearts and not by our appearance?
So I'm really that ugly, huh?
No, it's a rugged kind of handsome.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, we still have a lot of people to see.
We also have to get home. Shovel Forge.
If you try it, I'm leaving.
I'm kidding. But we do have a date, don't we? The date we had 3 months ago isn't over yet. So let's go!
Yeah, I'm probably going to close out this game today. I'm taking this long with this game because I really want to get it done today. I don't want this to drag out any longer than I'm supposed to have to. I need it to be done today because I have to do a lot of stuff within Warframe. I have a giveaway that's on Friday, so I have to do a lot of farming today. But I also have to do a lot of stuff with relations to work as well. So I don't have any more time for this. Disco Elysium, I have to do Disco Elysium either Friday or Saturday. So I have to end this off today.
I am seriously so happy for you, Tessa.
It's thanks to you, Ota. If you didn't help me back then.
No, really, I didn't do much. I just risked my life to save you. It's a total exaggeration to say that I'm literally responsible for, you know, saving your life.
Ota told me. Plastic surgery, right? I kind of like this face. More than the other one.
You're good at your job.
Please come again.
Shadows.
Thread, silhouette, ASAT.
Fears.
Upset, regret, ASAT.
Water.
Wet, sweat, ASAT.
ASAT, you bet! I can't believe you remembered that, Uncle. I'm so happy.
I said most of it. I'm actually exhausted right now. But I can't look tired in front of Tessa. Anyway, how are you?
I guess I'm alright.
Your left eye,
It's fake. I can't see anything out of it. And it doesn't talk.
Huh? I see. So, Aiba? What a tragedy.
Tragedy?
Yeah. She was so cute. What a waste.
That's why.
If she were real, I would marry her.
You would not survive the attempt.
What do you mean?
Ota, what are you saying? In front of Iris?
Oh! Tessa! I was kidding. It was a joke.
It's fine, I don't care.
Thank goodness.
I don't think that's what she means.
I've been doing good. I'm delivering newspapers in the mornings, working as a janitor during the day, and writing at night. I might just be the hardest working 20-something in Japan.
I don't know about that.
Really, though? I've gotta be, like, in the top 3 in Tokyo alone.
You didn't know? I made lots of friends working here part-time. Sup, girl? Sup, girl?
Sup, girl?
Excuse me? Ota, you can't just say that.
What kind of chair plays music?
A rocking chair?
Nope. The correct answer is a love seat. With me and Tessa in it.
What?
Will you marry me?
No.
Well, Ota,
Aw, you're going already?
I can see you anytime I want, right? At Matsushita Diner?
You'll come?
Yeah, I want you to make me your omelet rice again.
Awesome. Stop by any time. I'll be waiting.
So if the game is closing out, why am I going to all these various different places?
Iris,
I know it's important to
didn't
go
you
to
say you were going
some,
to see everyone who
but
visited
why
you
am
at
I
the
going to
hospital today?
Shijima's location
Yes,
for?
Mom. I still have some people to see.
Especially
but
with
Uncle
Iris.
really wanted to come here.
Like, I thought we were going on a date or something, or at least I'm taking her or showing her around to various nice places. Shijima's place isn't a nice place.
I said no such thing.
Come on, don't be shy. There are a lot of things you want to talk about, right? Come on, just do it.
I really don't. I really want to close out the game now. No matter what the game says or who I talk to. Apparently this is the actual ending. So I
Uncle,
just
you're
want to
so
close it out.
shy.
But at least I'm thankful that everything was leading towards the person that I wanted it to be. It just turned out that the game decided to trope it out and make some guy who could switch bodies the murderer. I had my two main people I thought it was going to be. They told me because they made it obvious that way. And I had my other person I thought it was going to be, the boss. The one I wanted, and it turned out to be the one I wanted. Which means I'm pretty good at this stuff. Well, not that good, but apparently the game says, well, you're not really good at anything at all because it really wasn't her. Like, yeah, I know. But you weren't going to let anyone win anyway. That's my answer to the people who made this game. They weren't going to let anyone win because this guy can go from place to place to place to place to place. And you could never know exactly who he's going to be. So nobody was going to win until they revealed him and passed the 75% marker. I kept going on about that because it's like a huge cop-out to have him pass the 75%. I really don't want to ask her anything, so I'm going to skip past anything. I already know she's not it anymore. So the only person that was left was Date. It turned out to be Date was the serial killer. The most obvious choice of beyond the most obvious. Yeah, I was raging when it was like Renju. And when I thought it was so. And then I didn't rage when I thought it was going to be Itomi. But I raged when the game was trying to accuse her of Renju. But I completely dismissed Date at all as being a possible killer. Well, I didn't completely dismiss him. He was in the running. But not for the reasons the game had him towards the end. But I dismissed that type of mentality. That he was that type of killer. To be in the forefront of something tropey. Because that was an old cliche. And they wouldn't do something like that. Unless there's something mentally wrong with them. That you think that's interesting. So I'll skip past all this. I don't need to hear. I just want to get to the end now.
Best friends.
It's almost 5 hours in. Actually,
We
it's
would
going
always
to
go
be
this
5
little
hours.
Coffee shop after school. They had this old game machine there. It looked like a table, and it was about shooting invading aliens or something like that. We talked about all sorts of things sitting there. Our love lives, our potential careers, things we didn't like about our teachers. It was their idea that I become a teacher, you know? They told me that teaching elementary suited me perfectly. Those were such fun times.
And are we going to get any information with regards to that girl? Probably not going to get any information beyond what we were given anyway.
Thank you. This is all thanks to you, Falco.
No, I didn't do anything. Also, that name.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Date. I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart. Things have calmed down, thanks to you.
Well, Iris didn't really know her original mother, so she wouldn't have any type of attachment to her original mother. She was a baby, so she always saw Hitomi as her mother, so she wouldn't feel sorry for her old mom. So she didn't really know her to begin with. So I'm not worried about stuff like that.
No! Stop! If this is about my arm, don't worry about that. You tried to defend me. I know that.
You're too nice, Mom. I will never forgive you. You have to take responsibility.
Iris.
No, let me talk. Uncle will be your right arm. That's how he can make it up to you. Maybe not now. It might take some time, but I'll be waiting. One day Uncle will stand on Mom's right side, and we can go wherever we want, the three of us. To the ocean, a river, an amusement park, barbecues, and we can make okonomiyaki.
She's really pushing this whole marriage thing.
Where's that hot plate I bought?
On the shelf.
And I'm gonna need a raincoat.
Hey, that's cheating!
You're planning on being covered in flour?
Of course! That's why it's fun!
I guess I have to close out everyone. Seems like that's what I have to do. I have to close out every single one. There's no date attached to any of them. No.
Oh, Tessa, your surgery went well.
So I have to close out every single one.
Told me all about it. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Oh, who is this?
Oh,
I'm close friends with Ota, ma'am.
Is that right? Thank you for taking care of my boy. It's doing great thanks to you. The lunch rush is always crazy. My husband and I are working hard. We never get any time to rest. Ota? That boy is a handful of trouble.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's right. Ota can be really heroic and brave when the time calls for it.
Oh, you're praising my boy. Maybe I should give you a meal on the house. I visited her in the hospital. Ota.
Yeah, I remember.
I was so charmed by her.
Oh, stop. You're making me blush.
I had no idea she was such a nice girl.
You thought I was a witch or something before, right?
Don't remind me. I was so awful to you. But now I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
Who are you, her medical doctor? Of course you are. Make sure that she's not doing crazy stuff.
From Central Hospital.
Well, yes. Have we met?
Who cares? Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting this dude is a pervert.
Why are you here? I came to deliver Mayumi's medication. The pharmacist sent me.
But then again, is he really a pervert? Or was he just a pervert because he was in the body of someone who was a psychopath? So typically the Dante personality was fully Dante's personality. Because all those perverted and outbursts and all that, those emotions and quirky behaviors, were they really his? Because this dude didn't say anything perverted. Let me see if he's going to say anything perverted to her.
I belong to the Association of Nurse Actresses. I got a call from my director this morning. They're giving me more lines. I used to have a bit part during the opening scene, but now I have lines at the end too. I'm really happy about that.
That's wonderful, sweetie.
Hanayo Nasu. It will be Hanayo Yogano next month.
You're getting married?
Yes.
That is so wonderful.
Thank you.
See, he didn't ask anything perverted. He just asked normal questions. But Dante would have, the old Dante would have asked him. So I'm starting to think that the actual personality of the old Dante is, like, is this dude really Dante? Is this guy damn hid? I mean, I know he's actually, his real name is something else. But the personality of the cop, the psych police officer called Date, Kagami Date. I mean, not Kanami Date. That personality was in the body of the serial killer. So, can it be surmised that the serial killer's personality mixed with his was the reason why he was always going off on those perversion stuff and those weird behaviors of his? I say maybe yes. So if you strip that away, then this dude isn't the same Dante anymore. If you say, oh, it's the same Dante, it's not really. If you take away partially part of his behavior that was influenced by the body of the serial killer, then he's not 100% the same dude as he was from before. That section of who he was is gone.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, goodbye.
Thank you for helping my son.
You know what? I'm going to skip past a lot of this. A lot of this I'm going to skip past. I don't care what the Kamakura guy has to say. And I don't care what Sejima has to say. I'll skip past all this. I don't need to stop by all these places anymore. None of these are important for both of these characters anymore. He's still alive? How's he still alive? I thought he got murdered. Oh, I forgot. It's a different time. It's a different branching timeline. Great. You see how confusing this game is? One moment you think, oh, man. Oh, I completely forgot. In multiple timelines.
This one doesn't make me so angry.
I keep forgetting that there are multiple timelines here. Like, I know people say there's different branching paths, but it's the same timeline. Well, if that's true, then this dude should be dead. Like, no, it's different timelines. Timelines where this dude survived and times where he died. I keep forgetting this. This game is all over the damn place. I mean, I could deal with branches, but I believe this guy probably died like twice already. And then he was set up like multiple times. I don't even know anymore. Maybe he just died once.
What did you come here for?
I want to ask you something.
That's a strange question to ask a man in his own home.
I just thought prison would suit you better.
Don't you know the law? No one can touch me.
Even though we both know you committed a crime.
Indeed. 18 years ago. And I was not the one who killed Monica Iwai. That was my son, Saito.
But you hired the Kumakuras to hide the body.
The statute of limitations for improper handling of a corpse is 3 years. I did what I did to protect my son. I hardly think that is a sin. Are you familiar with Article 105 of the Penal Code? Relatives of those who have committed crimes cannot be prosecuted for evidence tampering or obstruction of justice.
That's ridiculous.
I agree. If I were still a congressman, I might think about changing it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like this guy knows that the law is corrupt and messed up. But he knew because the law is corrupt and messed up. That's why he did it. Like, he's a shady dude, man. He was shady from the jump. But I like the fact that he doesn't even give a damn about 3 years in prison. He was willing to take that 3 years. I don't know, man. That's why I say I don't really care about being here. Nothing he says will matter in the end. Unless he says something that's related towards the power goddamn plant that the game has not closed up on yet. The only thing left unclosed. Is this game really going to chalk that whole power plant explosion up to Rohan? I mean, up to So wanted to just push people out in the neighborhood, sell the land, and then rebuy it. That the people, multiple people having brain tumors and sickness and disease had nothing to do with it. It's like I was saying before, this game sometimes have a gold mine in their hand, and it's like they dropped the ball. It's just gonna just admit that just happened just to happen, because that's just greed. Great.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore. The media has already begun tearing you to pieces.
Yes. Soon I won't be able to live in this country anymore. I'll retire to an island somewhere and live the rest of my days in leisure.
Be careful, So. There are a lot of people out there who have a grudge against you. People who will follow you to the ends of the earth.
That's none of your concern. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Oh, it is actually going to show me something with regards to 6 years ago. It really doesn't matter, and I really don't care. But I'm appreciated that he's willing to do this. Not unless it's matters associated with the power plant. These stories always have something that's unfulfilled at the end. That's why I never really let go of things until the credits roll completely. Next thing you know, next thing you know,
you call boss.
next thing you know, a robot pops out of nowhere, or an unsuspected character pop out of nowhere, and found out he was the killer the whole time. There was no one else in the game. So I usually prepare myself for any of that craziness. That's why I'm not letting go of the power plant. That's why I wasn't letting go of Hitomi, and I wasn't letting go of the boss. I had to slowly watch and then subtract them from the equation. So I don't have any more suspects. I'm kind of disappointed I don't have any more suspects left. But eventually, when you get to the end of everything, you have to close out. You can't keep someone as suspects and continue them on. But, you know, even sometimes I don't believe that. Sometimes I still want to lash myself on to Hitomi and the boss. Because it's the damn power plant. That's what it is. The damn power plant from since the beginning of the game. Many things were at the beginning of the game that I kept held on to. That was one that's unresolved. That and Mizuki being super strong. The game is not going to answer that. It's just going to throw a cheese factor into and say, hey, Mizuki's just strong because we wanted her to be. Great. Wonderful. Makes no damn sense, but go ahead then. It's your game.
6 years ago, she
It's
came
fantasy.
to me and explained the whole thing.
As long as it's fantasy, you can get away with it.
You know about the Cyclops serial killings? The culprit is your son, Saito Sejima. But you already knew that, didn't you?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying we should make a deal. You give me one thing, and I promise none of this will be released to the public.
What is it?
Leave Saito with us. Tell anyone who asks that Saito is soul-searching on a trip around the world or something. Do we have a deal?
I didn't have much of a choice, of course. If I refused, Saito's crimes would be exposed and my political career would be over. Besides, I never held much love for him in the first place. She was practically doing me a favor. So, of course, I said yes. And in doing so, I was able to learn a secret of the Metropolitan Police Department. It worked quite nicely for me.
Yes, you learn about the sight machine. Great. But, you know, I kind of... Like, dudes like this, you kind of know who they are. That's why I never wanted him to be the killer. Everything about him is obvious. He's a shady politician. He's corrupt. So, obviously, he's not going to show any love for his kids or love for anyone. He only loves himself and his money and what he's trying to do. Hell, he doesn't even give a shit about Rohan. You know, he has his own people. He's interested solely in himself. That's why the behavior of love and warmth, just like Shoko, doesn't revolve on him. Probably the reason why his son turned out the way he did. Lack of a mother and carrying his type of, you know, his type of trait, his type of DNA, turns him into a similar version of himself, but a worse version of himself. So that's why I'm not surprised at all. Like anything about this dude, I was never surprised from the beginning. That's why I refused to have him being the killer. Okay, so here we go. This is what I want. You know what? I'm going to ask everything except the chemical plant. I'm going to leave that for last.
By the way, did you ever meet number 89?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see his face?
No. Why?
No reason.
Do you recall the conversation we had? That my secretary got a call from number 89? That is true. I did get that call.
I know. You spoke with number 89, didn't you?
I did.
What did you talk about?
He told me this. A woman named Shoko Nadami knows what happened 18 years ago. Contact her.
And you called her phone?
Yes. I can't say exactly. The only thing he said was, I realized everything when Shoko arrived. I have to see her again. I had no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah, who would figure that out, man? Who would figure that out? Who would freaking know that Saito was inside Shoko the whole goddamn time? No, who would know that from if they didn't reveal this body swapping crap? Like, who would know any of that stuff? That Rohan was actually in Prisoner 89. That was actually Rohan. If they didn't put this whole stuff about body swapping and this guy Saito existing, if they didn't mention any of this, who would know this? If the word body swapping did not come up at all in this game, who would ever think that Shoko is actually Saito when she was in that prison to see Prisoner 89? And then she walked by Prisoner 89, and then she saw Hitomi visiting Prisoner 89. You know, who would actually know this? Who? No one will, because they revealed all this stuff towards the end. It was just popped in at the end, and then they start piecing everything together towards the end and say, oh, this is why this person was here, this is why this was... Well, who the fuck would know any of this stuff during the entire process, going from the beginning all the way towards the 75% marker until Saito was shown, and then until the word I think Pewter revealed at I think the 65% marker that people can swap personalities. Who would actually start to think about this well past the halfway point of the game, that might be a possibility? It's like doing a reverse. If you're going towards at the beginning of a game or at the beginning of a movie, it's like they're revealing the killer at the beginning of the movie, or close towards the beginning of the movie. And then after they reveal the killer towards the beginning of the movie, just start to show the story and show how certain things are following a timeline leading up to the circumstance of the killer. That would be something that's more interesting than what we have here. But what this is a reverse of that. But they didn't sell the story the right way. Like if the killer did show up towards the beginning of the game or the movie or something, they play out the stories. The story being played out have to be played out very well in order for the killer at the beginning of the story to catch up to that circumstance, that moment. So that beginning has to play out and then catch up to rewind back towards the beginning, which is the end. That's not what's going on here. And if that is what's going on here, the setup story going towards the ending, you know, if it was following that formula, setup story going towards the ending, wasn't textured right, wasn't layered right. It just dropped it in towards the ending and then start to reveal and piece things together and said it's a twist. Pisses me off, man. It's like people don't see this stuff, or they're willing to not see it, or they're like, what the hell are you talking about? You know, some people will actually look at you and say, man, you're paranoid and you're looking too deep into this. It's like, it's not that I'm paranoid and you're looking too deep. You just don't think too much, or you don't think at all. You just accept certain things when you're thinking to a certain level. Like, for instance, I bet you when people got towards the end of this game, nobody gave a shit about the power plant anymore. But yet I still think there's something to do with the power plant. I bet you tons of people got satisfied with Saito being the killer and then closing out the story. They wouldn't be thinking about, well, maybe there's something still going on with the power plant. Like, how many people probably still think that? Probably not many.
I've been studying for the past 3 months. I've learned a lot about the explosion of the chemical plant in Kawasaki. It was caused by you and Rohan, the chairman of the Kumakuras at the time.
As you know, my son Saito was abnormal. With all of the awful things that my son did. I used my money to cover it up. But that got increasingly expensive, you see. One day, 9 years ago, Saito called me.
Dad, I thought of a plan. A foolproof plan to make us rich.
A chemical plant explosion plan. To help ensure that the casino in Kawasaki would be extraordinarily profitable.
It was Saito's idea.
True. My son was born with an abnormal mind. But if I had never been involved with Monica in the first place, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up losing control completely. As soon as he drove his knife into Monica, something awakened in him. In the end, that's what led to his destructive, violent plan.
You sound like you're blaming yourself.
Perhaps.
Okay, so I got my answer. It was always about trying to figure out a way to get the affections of his father. Something that he never got. And was still trying to get. The more, I guess, in his mind, the more he could increase the happiness of his father, he increased his recognition in return. By doing the profit and getting his father so much profit, makes him stand out to his father in a sadistic way. At least that's the way he saw it. I think it's more to it than that. I mean, it's a nice, clean, even way of doing it, but I think it's a little bit... If the game is going to do a clean way, that's fine. But it could make it an even better way, but they're not going to do that. But that's the whole point of the power plant. The power plant was simply something that he did in order to grab the affections of his father. In return, making them rich. And he didn't really care about his father being rich. It was more about affections for his father. So Saito was pretty much a nutbag. I kind of knew it was Saito. It was too easy if it was Rohan and so I was just waiting for this dude to state it. Waiting for him to admit it. And I mean, I wasn't 100% sure. I would say I was 85% sure that it was Saito. I just wanted to hear him say it. And then after he said it, I wanted to explain why. It had nothing to do with profit. It just had to do with something that Saito just did not have. He still was fiending to get from his father. I believe all these murders and all this stuff is just his way of expressing his affection towards his father in a very sick way. I don't know. Or maybe I'm even creating something for the game itself. Maybe the people who create this game have not thought that deep. Maybe they did talk that deep, but they have not expressed it that way. I'm just giving this game more texture and more flesh and more tones that it clearly does not have. It has good enough, but it doesn't have the proper fillings, at least the proper example and fillings it needs. Might as well leave.
Well,
Already got my answer about
I'll be seeing you, so.
I very much doubt that.
Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, damn. I left Iris waiting. She might be angry. I gotta get back to her soon.
Alright, so I guess I gotta go to all this place.
I'm glad you finally got out of that hospital.
Thanks, boss.
I don't really need to know anything about the boss at all. I really don't. I knew everything I needed to know about the boss. The only thing I didn't close out was the chemical factory and the radiation from the chemical factory. Reason why and who it affected. I originally thought that the effect caused people to die and thus caused someone to become a killer. But it didn't go down that direction, it went down a different direction. But at least now I could finally close out the chemical factory. So everything has been closed out. I would say the only thing left up in the air is my lingering hooks in the boss and Hitomi. And that's simply my fault of mine. The game is pretty much over. I just want everything that I wanted to close out is now closed out. I just want to close out the game now. I already got what I needed to know. If the game throws me anything like there's a new killer and stuff, then that new killer will be irrational towards what's going on here. And if it is a new killer, it has to be attached to the people that I had thought of the killer, which are Hitomi and the boss. But it's not going to do that.
Boss, I gotta ask. Why didn't you tell me about what happened 6 years ago?
Good question. Why didn't you?
Well, when Shoko's corpse was found, I didn't think it had anything to do with the Cyclops killer. I thought the culprit was Rohan Kumakura, remember? And he committed suicide a year before. I never thought that he was swapping bodies. And the other person responsible for the original Cyclops serial killings was locked up in Fuchu.
Yeah, plus she also wanted to make sure that Date had his real name. Mr. Real Name here has I completely forgot his real name, to be honest with you. Always calling him Date. Well, basically Falco had a new life by getting rid of his original body, as she said. So it works out perfectly. At least that's what I was thinking. I mean, I'm glad that she's explained certain things, but it really doesn't matter. She basically said you wanted a new life, so you got to get rid of the old one anyway. That's reason enough. She don't need to explain anything else.
Making it impossible for Saito or Rohan to be involved. So, I didn't tell you. Besides, the sync machine being used to swap bodies is a national secret. I was ordered to never reveal that information to anyone under any circumstances.
So that's why you kept me in the dark?
Yeah. Why are you asking? You see me every day.
Are you gonna go to the club later?
Interested? But you're still a bit too young. I'll take you when you're older. Still thinking about her, huh?
No, not exactly.
Well, doesn't surprise me. You two were great partners.
want to ask you something. 3 months ago, when we exchanged our final words, it looked like I do now. I wasn't in Date's body, but Aiba still obeyed me.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
You're underestimating the Wadjet system.
Huh?
Aiba was no ordinary AI. She was human in so many ways, including the ability to see and think beyond the physical. She didn't need your voice or iris authentication or anything like that. She knew the real you and regarded you as her master. That's why she followed your command, despite it looking completely different. I think maybe she knew your soul. By the way, Date, I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Close your eyes.
She knew his soul, so she knew that he was like perverted in his soul, but yet all of a sudden this dude is acting like he's not perverted anymore.
Don't worry, it's just some knockout gas.
What?
You're going to experience something incredible. That's my present to you.
Why?
Shh.
This is the sync room. Pewter?
I did not. But I did use the sync chip.
For what?
Something.
Hey, this better be Kagami. Did I sync with Kagami? If I sync with Kagami, I'm going to give this game a 10. I mean, no. I'm not going to give it a 10. I'm going to give it a 7. If I sync with Kagami. It better be Kagami.
Was it, Kaniza?
Oh, Kaniza, yeah.
Kagami! Kaniza, where did you even get that from? Only the first 2 letters are the same. Literally 2/3 of the name is totally different.
Yeah, they're playing the game again.
I heard. Plastic surgery, right? Must have been a really bad wound to have to remake your whole face like that. But it looks like it worked at least.
Well, I guess there's no more Kagami. Damn it. That would suck, man. It really should have been Kagami. I said it before. I was satisfied it was the boss or Kagami. This game should really end with Kagami. It really should. That's why I refuse to give this game a 7. Simply because it's playing by its own rules and it wants you to actually pay attention to what it's designed, what is set before you, and you're supposed to enjoy it like you're watching an artwork set by the author or the artist or a painting, and it's supposed to enjoy what the person has created. But the person creating it didn't create anything with the people who are watching it in mind. That's what it figured like when I'm playing this game. It didn't consider the people who are watching in mind, the type of mentality of those who are watching it. Like, there would be people who are deep diving. It's like it didn't consider those people.
Am I not allowed to be here?
Of course not. You should have been arrested 3 months ago.
Yes, I was arrested. I'm eating awful meals every awful day in an equally awful detention facility.
Then how are you here?
I wonder.
Don't act dumb.
Date, it's okay. Boss brought him here.
She did? Why?
She told us not to tell you.
Huh?
Anyway, I'm sort of like his handler now. I'm supposed to be an inspector, but I was the only person qualified for this job. Kind of pathetic, isn't it?
Don't worry. She's with the boss. She's safe. Everything that the boss did, she did for you. Ask her about it. She truly cares about you, you know. That's why she kept silent about what happened 6 years ago.
Huh?
You were once an assassin. If your secret ever got out, your life would be effectively over. But the boss protected you by hiding your past. I don't think she wanted you to leave her alone. Now, who is she to you? Anyway, now that this is done, I'll excuse myself.
Iris, what happened to Boss?
She went home. She said she needed to do something in Kabukicho.
She left?
Anyway, forget about that. Let's play!
Play.
Shovel Forge.
Wait, but what? Why the hell was I synced to the sync machine for? Is the game going to explain that? Oh my god! Don't tell me this is attached to the next game or something. See, this is why I say you never close out anything. Great. You never close out anything because there's always some bullshit along the way.
Moi? I am merely a taxi driver, my good man.
Have we met?
Well, let me see. No, I don't think we've ever crossed paths. I have an excellent memory. I usually remember my customers, but I cannot place your face. I have an appointment to wait upon a young celebrity. I was told to wait here.
Yo! Hello, how are you?
Creepy old man.
Nothing, huh?
Uncle wants to know how you've been lately. You don't know? Even though we live together? Of course you don't know. Because we barely talk. Even after you've officially adopted me, you don't have any sense of responsibility. That's what she said. Uncle wants to know if you're going to graduate soon. So what if I am? Just buy me a new junior high uniform. And hire a tutor. I want to go to a good school. And a new smartphone. And that's what she said. Uncle wants to know why you're here. No particular reason. Am I not allowed to be here?
I inherited Daddy's stock at Lemniscate. This is my company now. Isn't it natural that I'd be here? That's what she said. Can you cut this out already? What happened?
Breakfast this morning. I made the eggs over easy.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not so bad.
No, that's not it. I made the eggs over easy, and then Date...
How can I eat eggs like that? I want my eggs over well, burned to the pan on the bottom and chewy on top.
Why don't you just eat an eraser?
An eraser would taste better than what you served.
You shouldn't say that about Mizuki's cooking. That's mean. You're in the wrong here, Uncle. Why don't you be honest and apologize?
Mizuki is the one who should be honest. Unlike her hero.
What?
When I was in the hospital, you were crying like a baby. Oh, I can't live without Dante. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. And you were never in the hospital.
Yes, I was. Was I not?
Anyway, why don't you just make up already?
If Date keeps his promise, I will.
Promise?
The ramen. You said you would take...
Oh, that. Yeah. Okay, fine. Soon, okay?
You promise?
Promise.
Good. I'm glad you two are being civil again.
Anyway, should we head out, Iris?
Yeah. All right, Mizuki. See you soon.
See you.
Date, let me tell you something. God, when Tessa was in the hospital, I prayed to this shrine every day. And guess what? My prayers worked. God must have been listening.
Are you crying?
No, dumbass. I don't cry. I don't...
Yeah, you're crying.
Thank you, God. Thank you for saving Tessa. Anyway, what are you doing here?
Someone wanted to see you when she left the hospital.
Tessa, you didn't have to come see me.
I really wanted to see you.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, of course. I am here. Don't talk to me about that guy anymore. I know he was a murderer. Piece of shit. But we were brothers. I can't be mad at him no matter how much he deserves it. But I can't just forgive him either, you know? So I figure, fuck it. It's better to just forget about it. Injury?
You got shot 3 months ago.
That was just a scratch. Didn't even hurt. I'm all good now.
Wedding.
Dress. Bless. Tessa.
Imaging.
Compress. Process. Tessa.
Crime.
Redress. Transgress. Tessa.
The net idol superstar.
Tessa.
A set, you bet.
Wow! That's really cool!
What did you do to these guys?
Just a little propaganda. Sun up to sundown, I made them watch your videos, Tessa. They got addicted!
Tessa! I'm so honored to meet you. Is it okay if I shake your hand?
You bastard! What makes you think you're good enough to touch her hand?
It's fine, it's just a handshake.
Yes!
So soft.
What?
He fainted.
Too much excitement, I guess.
Mr. Kumakura? I think he's really nice.
Of course I am.
About that ring.
I won't give it to you.
Anyway, sorry to bother you a moment.
Date, wait! Before you go, I have one favor to ask.
Oh boy, here it comes.
This is hard for me to get out, but...
Yeah, spare me. You want to see Iris's panties, right?
Panties? I never asked for something like that.
Then what do you want?
Puff Puff.
I'm sorry?
I want Tessa to puff me. You know what I'm saying? Just shove my face in there. Just...
Are you kidding me? You know what? Fine, I'll ask.
Date, you're a real friend.
All right, close your eyes.
Yeah, like this?
Good, yeah, stay still. Do not open your eyes, okay?
Promise.
You ready?
Yes!
Okay, that's 3, 2, 1.
Whoa! Date, I've never felt so alive! All these shitty years of my life have been worth it!
Boss?
Let's go.
I don't know what's going on, but...
This is amazing!
Date, honey, who is this?
Have I not introduced her before?
I'm Iris Sagan. I'm a net idol from Lemniscape.
A virgin?
Hmm?
I'm just saying, sweetie. You look like you don't know a lot of men.
And what about you, Mama?
Me? I'm a fairy godmother, honey, because I associate with fairies and am an older, motherly woman. Wait a minute. Who are you calling old?
You are. You're So's bodyguard.
Who are you? Don't matter. Talking about So? Quit that gig long time ago.
You quit?
Yeah. That guy fucking sucks. I punched him in the face and quit.
You're drunk, aren't you?
I'm not drunk.
From the look of you, you're pretty good at hiding it.
Mama! Whoops. I meant tip. I got a big...
Don't you think you've had enough?
No. No.
Oh, you're lucky I'm in a good mood. Fine. One more round, okay?
Yay!
I can't say much. The public thinks our Ren killed Shoko. And then number 89 busted out of jail and killed Ren. And then he goes and commits suicide by blowing up his own head. That's what all the news reports have been saying. I know there's more to it than that, but...
Look, a man that could download himself into other people is never going to be dead. That's why it's called backups. That's why I never liked this killer to begin with. Because it's so cheap and easy. I'm trying to close out this game, man. I want to jump on Warframe, but this game is going beyond a certain point. I'm not going to be playing this game on Friday, man. I have to try to close out this game. I have to close out this game. I can't play this on Friday. I definitely cannot. Or on Saturday. I got to end this game before October the 1st.
This? It's not bonito.
Then what is it?
Part of the man who cheated on me. I chopped him up and dried and smoked the flesh.
You're joking, right?
Am I? As you can see, I'm a little tight, honey.
How could I see that?
You want to?
I do. I want to...
Do you even know what she's referring to?
Huh?
Spare me, honey. I don't want... If I hear the truth, I'm only gonna have more questions. There are a lot of things that don't quite add up. Adate's face, for one thing. Looking exactly like number 89. They say that your face got hurt real bad in the explosion. They had to put you under the knife for plastic surgery to save you. Your face turned out like that by chance. That's what happened, right? Tell me it is. If it's anything more complicated than that, I will lose my mind.
We should head out.
It's a lot more complicated than that.
Oh, leaving so soon?
See, even this is what I'm saying.
Have information for me.
This is what I'm trying to say from the very beginning of the game to now. Well, not from the very beginning. From after I went past the first branching point. The game in and of itself, in and of its own self, admits that there are certain things in the game that's even complicated for itself. It's like it's making fun of its own self. Like, why would you even do that, man? Like, if I was to create an artwork, would I really make fun of my own art? It's like insulting your own self. And I know people will say, well, they're not technically making fun of their own self, but if you bring up something, even a small percentage, it means that you kind of do. You know, it means you kind of have a sort of bizarre behavior or bizarre nature about yourself to do something like that. I can't see this game going beyond the 7. It's just too much weirdy stuff going on here. It's not the weirdest game I've ever played, but it's one of those games that you don't even know if it cares about its own self sometimes.
Oh, enough work. You should come in sometime for pleasure, honey.
Sure, Mama. See you soon. Iris, why did you want to come here? Haven't you seen everyone you wanted to already?
Yeah!
Yeah, why the hell would you want to come to a place like this, of all places?
Thank you for today. It was a lot of fun.
Is the date finally over?
Of all places, she wants to actually come
I guess
here.
So. Thank you. Not just for today, but for everything.
This is why I never let go of anything. Like, why bring her here? I'm trying to think, like, hey, the people who made this game are intelligent. Sometimes I think that they're not whatsoever at all. But like, there is a reason why I don't let go of things, because I guess you could say there are certain people in this world are smart, but you also have people next to you that are not smart. The people who made this game had smart people with them, but the people who also made the game also had dumb people with them. And it's confusing to me to know where the dumb people show up and where the smart people show up. That's why I never let go of my suspects, because I started to realize as I was going along, both dumb people and smart people made this game. And it was hard to figure out where the smart people showed up and where the dumb people did. Like this ending, or this era right now. What would be the reason for her being here? There would be none. She should be at a park or something, at a very nice area. Why be at a place where a body was found? Is this really something smart to do? Or is it something stupid to do? This will be some place. A place like this will be the place where someone who's smart will decide to drop something here, or show up, or put something here. Like a dumb person will, like, say, just close out the game after they put all the BS in the game. Now a smart person, well, then again, no. Then again, now I think about it, no, this might actually be the dumb person's decision for bringing them here. Because this is kind of like an obvious thing to figure out what's going on here. Yeah, this is the dumb person's decision, not the smart one's. I was overlooking it. I was overthinking it, thought this was a good decision. No, this is the dumb person's making, like, giving, hey, wouldn't it be great for her to come here? This is the dumb person making the decision right now. Early on in the game, it was a smart person. This is the dumb one talking right now that decided for this to happen here. Because watch how things plays out. If I'm 100% wrong, then it means that the smart person along with the dumb person refused to publish what the dumb person said. So let's see what happens.
6 years ago, you helped me and my mom, and I'm so grateful for that. Will you close your eyes for me, Uncle?
You want me to close my eyes?
Yeah, please?
Wait. You want me to close my eyes? Do you...
And just do it, quick! I'm so nervous, I'm shaking.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, for the love of God. She's gonna make Hitomi come here, isn't she? And kiss him on the face. Because if it makes Iris does the kissing thing, it will be completely creepy. But the most obvious thing, is the dumb thing to do, is, oh, I'll just make Hitomi come here to a place that a body of my mother that had killed show up at this location, and then we'll have Hitomi kiss Dante here. Like, really? That's an excellent decision. No, it's not. Or what should the decision be? Okay, here's the decision. Why not let Iris kiss Dante? Everybody in the room say, you know everyone's going to hate the game if that happens, right? And plus, that's kind of weird. It's like, all right, we'll let Hitomi do it. It's more satisfying of an ending like that. My conclusion, or the one that I want to happen, if the smart person did make the decision, was for this to lead into something else. And that something else isn't going to happen. It's going to be the obvious, or it's going to be the weirdy. So let's watch it as it plays out. I'll be surprised, very surprised, if what I want is actually what I get. But as I already stated in the video, it didn't turn out to be the boss entirely. It was leading up to, but it's not going to give me what I want. It's definitely not going to. I don't let go of things because I always thought when it comes towards something that's ending, it's going to give me what I want. And I don't fully let go of it until the credits roll, because I'm assuming it's going to give me what I want. I keep assuming, I keep giving credit to people who I'm thinking might actually be smart. I'm thinking to myself that the people who made this game might actually be smart. I'm actually the stupid one. But I know that's not I know that's not the case. That's not what's going to play out here. So let's just watch it.
Oh man. Oh no. No way. It's happening.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Or maybe it could be the opposite. It could be like a celebration or something, like a birthday party or something. That would be something different. I didn't see that coming. If it turns out to be a birthday party, I'm cool with it. Or something like that.
Okay, open them!
What?
Okay, so good. Thank God. Both the stupid person and the smart person. But the stupid person did not let, the smart person did not let the stupid person make the decision. So thank God. The one I really wanted wasn't Iba, obviously. I wanted to lead into the real killer. For some bizarre reason, I'm still hooked on that. But just before she popped up, I said, wait a minute. What if it's actually like a birthday party or celebration or a gift or something? You know, rewarding him, but not in the stupid way, but in the good way. So it didn't turn out to be a birthday party. It turned out to be something better. So the smart person made the decision. And okay, so I'm cool with this. This is acceptable. So good. At least the game is... I'm going to give the game one more point for that. I'm going to give it a 6.9. I'll probably end up giving this game actually a 7 in total. Because this game wasn't completely made by morons. So certain smart people had to be involved as well. But it's not as high as what Metacritic has it as. It's definitely not. There's something wrong with those people. Be amazed. Yeah, I'm amazed. I'm surprised, actually.
It's been a long time.
Well, not really surprised, but I'm glad that this is the surprise that I'm given.
At a time like this.
I thought it would have been an obvious garbage one that Hitomi and A said.
You are... that is, who are you again?
You haven't changed. You're still an idiot. To be exact, I am not here. You are seeing an augmented reality virtual projection of myself. My physical self is...
In my left eye?
yes.
How did you get in there?
I see you have not become any more astute in my absence. Think carefully.
Everything that the boss did, she did for you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Did the game forget that Iba literally said all the... Did the game completely forgot that Iba literally said that she would all her backups as well as herself would be destroyed? If all of her backups of herself as well as herself will be destroyed and she'll be completely gone, and how she's here? Like, if you have backup of her, how she's here? Unless I completely missed the part about her having backups being completely gone. I'm pretty sure I heard her saying that she would be completely destroyed. All backups of her will be destroyed as well. Did I miss that completely? Because I'm pretty sure I heard her say that. So if she didn't say that, that means I might have missed that. But I'm pretty sure she did. So how is she here if all backups are destroyed?
Yes. Pewter embedded me in your eye socket.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but I'm wearing an earpiece. I can hear Iba too. I knew the whole time. Boss told me about the plan to restore Iba. I wanted it to be a surprise for you, so...
Is this my thank you?
Yeah, but it's not over yet.
Allow me to explain. I, or everything that constitutes my I, disappeared completely 3 months ago, including all of my backup data. However, fragments of my data were being secretly uploaded to cloud servers around the world for years. By downloading and decoding these fragments, I was able to regenerate my memories and consciousness.
What?
It was the Wadjet system that brought me back to life. That system is responsible for proliferating my data.
Are you kidding me?
Wadjet is like a mother to me. And she protected me.
Where was this in the story? Where was this?
And I am forever grateful to my mother.
Where was this in the entire story? That she's been... Where was this in the entire story that she was being used? Or copies of her, or fragments of her was all over the place. Variations or ghost form of her were all over the place. Where was all this? There was nothing about them being fragments or ghost version of her, copies of her left anywhere within the story. So this is something newly pop up. I guess you could answer it away. I mean, you could answer it away by saying that, oh, okay, since she's an AI, fragments of her can be pieced together. But how does that work, man? It's not like they're actually her. Is it doing the whole memory thing about piecing memories together in a brain? If a percentage of a memory is there, eventually the memory will start to heal itself and pull itself back together. You know, to remember what it is, or to remember a situation. Is that what's happened here? Because if it is, that's what exactly what had happened here. What's happened here? Specifically, what's happened here? Alright, so I guess I could accept that if that's what's happened. But she's not technically a human being, and she's not technically have a human mind. That's something that a human mind does. Is the Wadjet system basically the same as the human mind? Is that what it's saying? If that's the case, then I guess that's fine. But how can that piece back an entire person? That just piece back a memory. Iba is not a memory. Iba is Iba, an entire AI system. If those things aren't anything, they'll piece back memories of what she is. So the central control, I guess they had to reconstruct components of her central AI with the memories of fragments. I guess that's good. I mean, if it works, it works. It's not explained properly, but I guess so.
Anyway, Iba, welcome back.
Glad to be back. I'm home.
Well, now that Iba has risen from the dead, I think we should celebrate with a dance number!
A what?
Hit it!
She still looks ridiculous though, man. She still looks like a human tramp. It's like the ugliest design for a character. I don't understand why they made Iba look that way. The color of the hair is fine, but the entire outfit doesn't work.
Teacups that are flying on maps mystifying. You'll think that I'm lying. This old tale of mine, a journey through time. firemen and fire, cold frost on the pyre, fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes, you've seen in your life. While the old bow their heads, while the blind meet the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in light. A punch to the forehead might kick like a warhead. You're pinned on the floor spread. I'm queen of this brawl, and I'll show you all.
I don't wanna hide it, that's what I decided. I can't live divided, I know I was wrong. I love you long.
While they all lose their way and forget about faith,
While the rain turns to ice, their hearts block like a vice.
but we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth.
The fires of love can warm any heart. Resist, your dreams are worth defending. Fight on, your will is unbending. See through the void in your eye, unblinking. The pyramid of your mind unending. Revolt even with death impending. Live on, dream through space, rending. Walking with the spirit of hope beside you, and our hope shall never die. The fires of love will never die.
I'm who they say is the best detective.
Although without me he's ineffective.
That's it, we're done. I'm walking out of here.
I know.
Welcome back.
Yeah, that's extremely cringy. Yeah, that's very cringy. I mean, I enjoy the fact that it's ending off good. And I give it a point. I gave it a point for it to be a 7 game. So it managed to reach the 7. So that's okay. But yeah, but I would make this game go beyond a 7. This is kind of cringy. But it's at least a happy ending.
Allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in light. The invincible rainbow arrow.
By the way, everyone, the reason you can see me right now is because I'm projecting
Oh my
myself with
goodness.
special
I'm all
technology.
warmed up over that. Oh, sweet God. You call me a fridge one more time! You will not find your body. Oh, I'm feeling exhausted, honey. I love you. This is for Mama.
Sounds fun.
Hey, Set, you bet!
So you see, sometimes I don't know if it's the good person making decisions or the bad person. But all I know is, at least it's satisfying. It had a satisfying ending. It closed out decently. It revealed everything it needed to reveal in a kind of stupid way, but it revealed it nonetheless. And it was halfway good and halfway bad. The Somnium world didn't actually help whatsoever. At least to me, it didn't. And switching bodies didn't help whatsoever. It just made things even more complicated. But at least at least it was able to explain things away, um, for why certain things were happening, and why you were assuming that one person's killer, then assume that someone else is killing, and then what the hell is going on is because there was a guy that was swapping bodies. So at least it was able to explain that. It's a cheap way of doing it, but it explained it. That's why I said the game's. I would say it's a 7. That's the highest I will ever give it. Maybe even if someone was to push me and say, well, this and that, it's like, even if someone was to push me forward and say, well, you should give it more points, I would say it would go just up one more point if it was a 7, just one more. I cannot see this thing going beyond a 7. Like, if someone was to force me to raise it, like force me by a gun or something, or give me lots of money, or I could see this going up just 1 point more. And why I say that is because 1 point is actually 10 points. Like I said, I do things like 1.1, point 2, point 3, point 4, point 5, point 6, point 7, point 8, point 9, and then it becomes a 1. So it would have to be like 9 full things to convince me for it to raise to a 1. So if someone was able to convince me of 9 or 10 things, I could see this game raising back up to a 7.1. I had this game originally at a 7.5, then I raised it up when I saw 10 things. And then I gave it 2 extra points because I realized I was being prejudiced towards the game. And I took my prejudice out of the game and gave it more points simply for that. I gave it the benefit of the doubt by removing my personal prejudice from the game. So it went from 6.6 to 6.8. And then based on certain conclusions and based on how certain things were factoring off, and Saito explaining and the explaining of how he got into show and how he got into certain characters and why certain things were happening, and the explanation of the power plant, then I knocked it up to a 6.9. Or should I say, no, before the power plant, I knocked it up to a 6.9. Then after the power plant and after the, I guess after I finished checked off everything, and then it was leading towards certain character closing out, such as Ota's closing out, visiting Ota, and then visiting a Saigon residence, and then visiting Saishijima. That explained the factory and explained his not love for his son, and then discovering the reason why the killer did what he did in relation to his father. I gave it additional points because those things were revealed towards the end, added towards those things, and I got it up to a 7. But after that, I stopped giving it any more points because there was no more points to give. That's why if someone was to convince me this is beyond the 7, it would have to be at least 10 more things to add for it to just jump up to 7.1. And then in addition, 10 more things for it to jump up to 7.2, and so on and so forth. But, I think the game has worn out its welcome. I mean, there's nothing else I could see. I mean, it pissed me off as equally as much as it was good. As fun as it was, it equally pissed me off. And you can't just throw aside the stuff that pisses you off because it has a satisfying conclusion. Everything was wrapped up, and then the twist will reveal. You got to also factor in everything that pissed you off as well. You can't let the games get free ride. You can't let games like Elden Ring get free ride. You can't let games like Doom get free ride. You can't let games like Last of Us Part 2 get free ride simply because, we just killed off the main character, so the game is shitty. No, you don't judge it for that. You judge it for how they did it and how everything else factored with regards to the game itself. And other factors as well. I mean, Last of Us Part 2, It's a masterpiece when it comes to certain things, but not so much of a masterpiece when it comes to a story setup. So you gotta look at those things. You can't just ignore them. And I'm not going to ignore it simply because, well, I had fun and then completely forgot that I was always pissed off as well in certain videos. Nah, man, I'm not going to ignore the stuff that I was pissed off just because it was satisfying ending and it was a good game. I'm going to factor those things I was pissed off as part of it as well. That's why this game will stay at a 7. That's why I'm laughing at those jokers who think this game is beyond a 7. That's why I kind of respect those who have this game in the 6 and 7 category. Like, no way this game is in the 8s. There's no way, no in hell. You know what they gave Horizon Forbidden West? They gave Horizon Forbidden West an 8.8 when it originally came out. An 8.8 or 8.9. They gave Horizon Forbidden West an 8.9 when it originally came out. So they're basically saying, are you basically telling me this game is close and on the same par and in the same level as Horizon Forbidden West? Horizon Forbidden West was given an 8.8, anywhere from an 8.7 to an 8.9. Are you telling me this game is close to that game, that AAA game that had so many things in that game? And are you telling me just because it's in a different genre, you can't really come? Look, I'm not gonna bring it. You know what? I'm gonna use a different genre. I'm gonna use a different one. I'm not gonna use Horizon Forbidden West. I'm gonna compare adventure games to adventure games. I'm not gonna compare it to detective games. So I'm gonna compare it to my most current so-called detective game. I would say Persona 4, the one I did. This is better than Persona 4, but yet Persona 4 has more points and high up on the entertainment scale than this does because it has more things for you to play with in Persona 4, even though the detective aspect in Persona 4 is weaker. So, but this is just like 5 points, I believe. This is like 5 points off from Persona 4. I'm like, how can you compare this to Persona 4? How can this even be like 5 points away from Persona 4? Persona 4 has so many things, animations, so many different performances, so many different interactions, a longer story. No, man. I think people judge things unfairly. And I think they don't look deeper. They don't go deeper. They don't dive deep because, they're just there to play and to have entertainment and to just have fun. But people like me, when I play a game, I want to go back and play it again and again and again and keep going back to it. If it doesn't hook me that way and for me to keep going back to it, then I'm not going to go back to it. Like this game, I'm not going to go back to this game. I'm never going to go back to this game. If I ever go back to this game is to complete a trophy. So how is this a good game if I don't want to go back to it? The same as Elden Ring. I will probably go back to Elden Ring probably just once, simply to complete trophy and to create a different build. Even though that game is like a 9.5, even though I gave that game a 9.5. Why? It's because the bullshit that people say with regards to the game completely did not sell it when I was playing the game. I saw the cracks and the crevices. I'm not going to play a game that doesn't have the motivation enough to make me play it. And no amount of propaganda and BS is going to convince me otherwise that that game was that good, because it wasn't. Bloodborne was better. Sekiro Shadow Die Twice was better. The only thing good about Elden Ring was that it was an open world, and it was a vast open world. That's it. So, yeah, I'm gonna save this. I probably won't ever play this again, and if I did, I'll probably just play. It probably has a replay value of 1, and that's another thing. If a game has a replay value of 1 and 2, like if you were to play it 2 more times, then that means that game is average. But if a game has a replay value of 3 and more, that means that game is above average because you're willing to go back to that game more than twice. This have a replay value of 1 to me. I can't see myself playing this multiple times because already the game already told you what the different time branch endings are. You already experienced that. It's not like you get a game over for the entire game. You just gave a game over for a branch. It's not Detroit Become Human. I don't know, man. I just think people don't think about these things. But at least it was a satisfying game, and at least I have it within the 7 category. So I'm a little bit below IMDb, but and a little bit below Metacritic and stuff when it comes to judging this game. But good. But like, who's gonna 100% analyze everything in the game? Sit down, analyze everything in the game. Most of these jerk-offs don't even actually do it when they're doing their reviews. They just breeze through it, and they only attach themselves sometimes to what's going on. They're too busy chatting with their friends or chatting with the chat room that's in their streams to pay attention to what's being said in the game. So that's it, man. I'm done with this. I'm going to jump onto Warframe probably on my own time. I'm not going to play Warframe on stream today. I'm going to take a break from streaming today. This has been a long video because I just wanted to get this done. This has been a full 6 hours. I had to get this done. So at least I'm finishing this up. So I give this game a solid 7. It's a solid 7, which means it's a decent game. It's not great. And no matter who said this is a great game, I have it in the 8 category. Anyone who has this game in 8 and above may want to check their mentality. Or check if they even paid attention to all the details in the game. And if they said they did, I'd like to see that video of whoever said they did. And I'd like to see their assessment of whoever said they did. Because I went over every single thing in this game. I paid attention to what everyone was saying. I had my suspects. I felt like I was a damn detective busting down every single scene of every moment. Dance has been unlocked. Let me see if there's even extra. There's no New Game Plus. There's no New Game Plus, but at least... So there's no extra game mode. Background. Characters.
Teacups that are flying on maps mystifying. You'll think that I'm lying. This old tale of mine, a journey through time.
Well, this is fun. Okay, so this is fun. Is it deserving of another full 1? No. Is it deserving for a point leading to another full 1? I'm pretty sure that I could find reasons for this to become a 7.1, but this is not enough. I thought I would at least get a New Game Plus and different branching paths on a New Game Plus or a new story, but that's not what this is. But this is fun. This looks fun. So let me get out of here. What? Return to title. Okay. Okay, so there's dance. Options. I wonder if I load where I last saved, what will happen. If I load the end, what will happen? Begin an investigation. Wait, what? This is the end. Yes, case closed. Goes up. That's also case closed, and that goes up. That's the arrow's pointing down, which means this is finished. So everything's closed out. That was the final. Everything's closed out. That goes down here. And so the game is done. And I could replay it if I want to, those last sections, but it's pretty much done. Turn to the main title. So there's no New Game Plus mode. Okay, so it's not deserving enough to get the 7.1. But that's it for this. Yeah, that's my thoughts on the game. Decent game, good game. Not great game, but it's okay. It's a 7.